It's got 11 goals with the word sustainable inside it. So I think I come to realize that the sustainability is key to the developments of Africa. So what is the answer? How to, like Dr. Evans said, believe in bringing together hearts and mind, creating synergy of collaboration that will allow economic and social growth of Africa. Heart itself stands for harmonizing and empowering Africa to regenerate together. How do countries move up the ladder and achieve sustainability? With Heart, we believe that it is a single paradigm shift that can bring a remarkable differences. This paradigm shift was talked about again yesterday, times and times again. It is not a big idea that bring about progress. I know that there's a lot of big ideas floating around, but it is not those big ideas that's going to bring progress. Like I say, I speak from the point of view of a practitioner. I am not an academic, but I'm privileged to be among you guys this morning and to learn from you. But I believe on the ground, it is not those big ideas that deliver progress. It is a step-by-step approach, project-by-project approach, not continent approach, not countries approach, project-by-project approach. By balancing the goals and tension and trade-off that give rise to sustainable social development, environmental impact, and alongside the financial return. It's a trade-off, it's a balance. I think again that was mentioned by the founders yesterday. Now, I believe that the key in sustainability is not in this continuous crisis management that make the news. How many times have you heard the media talk about sustainable developments of Africa? You know, we need to get out from that, get rid of crisis through sustainable growth, get rid of corruptions by getting people to be inspired to higher things, get the social license to operate. You can put all the things in place, international expertise, capacity, technologies, financial expertise together, but if that is not sitting under the social license to operate, you would not have a sustainable project. Make sure that that is there. Don't underestimate the social license to operate. Now, the social license to operate has been ranked as the top 6 over the last 5 years by Ernst Young, and it is therefore, like I said, not to be underestimated. It represents a consistent long-term challenge. It is therefore an element of doing business as opposed to being just ticking box or apply a compliance exercise. Now, it is a very important thing, but how do you get this social license to operate? I think one of my partners, strategic partners, Warren Armstrong, was doing a talk in Russia, and at the question time, one Russian guy put his hand, sir, he says, how do we buy this social license to operate? You can't buy it. You can't buy it. Yeah? It is built through legitimacy. In practice, the company must understand the community. Then the initial basis for social legitimacy comes from engagement and providing information on the project, the company and what may happen in the future. Not what's going to happen now, or 2 years, or whatever, but what's going to happen in the future, especially when it comes to mining projects. And now you can't just, come dig the hole and then just leave the people in the holes. I've been in the DRC, I've seen a lot of holes land there. Credibility. It is often best established and maintained through the application of formal agreement where the roles and responsibilities of the company and the community are negotiated, defined, and agreed. This has to be done before, not as you go along. Yeah? Such a framework helps manage expectation, which was again mentioned yesterday, reduce the risk, which was talked about yesterday, and losing credibility by being perceived as in breach of promises. Perceptions. Trust. That needs to be there. Have you observed, what's happening with the Ebola crisis in the West Africa? The international community has mobilized such a big task force to address these things. Yeah, all the medical team is there, but the trust is missing. You will see people dying rather than go and get help. Why? Why? I think we need to start questioning ourselves here and start looking at that. I'm not going to lecture you on trust. I'm sure you all know about that. But again, like I say, the sustainability, the foundation of it is the social license to operate, the SLO. I will give you 2 case studies to show you how we come to that conclusion. The sanitation projects in the DRC. We were invited by the governor of the province of Katanga to look at the cholera outbreaks in 2008. We went there and we took a team of experts, and this is some sort of idea of what it was like, but I'm pleased to tell you that it is not like that anymore. We went down there and took a team of experts with us. We went around and looked. The Médecins Sans Frontières was there with the tents dealing with this malaria issue. The area has been having these epidemics every 2-3 years. It was a reoccurrence of this cholera things. It's not malaria, it was cholera. Yeah, it was a reoccurrence stuff. But we wanted to understand the root cause of it. So with the experts, we went around and we identified what was causing the problem. It was just a bridge that was getting blocked when the rainy season comes and overflowing into the areas and causing, spreading infections around. It was a very simple solution, keeping the waterway clear. We then created an awareness campaign with HEART where we talked to the government ministers, to the governors and all the mayors. They become so conscious about this that the governors mobilizes all ministers to go and clean up the city every weekend. Now all these ministers was cleaning up cities, every weekend. They were not very pleased, so they said, Paul, well, what are we going to do next? I said, look, let's do a feasibility studies to see how we're going to do to move that forward. So we did a feasibility studies, and then we moved on to the thing. What I want to show you here is that we started here with a strategy. We had a strategy in mind. We didn't go there, follow that strategy. We went there, make sure that we set that strategy properly by building that trust. We didn't go there to just sign a contract. In fact, the contract we signed was 2-page. In fact, they got that contract to deliver waste management system for the region for 25 years. We empowered the government. We realized that when we were talking about landfill, they didn't quite understand what was the landfill. So we brought them to London and we showed them the whole system, how it works. From landfill to the municipality, the legislations, to the whole lot, how it works. We communicated with all the various stakeholders. I was there on the ground to lead, to show them how we're going to do it. We took time to build that trust. It's not built in 1 year, 1 month, or 2 years. It takes time. And then we went through the process, but we got stuck when it comes to finance. We got stuck because the DRC who want to finance a project in the DRC. Though we have our strategic partners, Wardell Armstrong, who was the mastermind of Manchester City waste management system, we were stuck. Nobody wanted to finance it. Now the model is still there, it's replicable, and we can do it somewhere else, but we've learned something from it. I give you a second case study with a project that we've been approached by the Malawian government recently. They want to develop an eco-village. The project is located in a very nice lake, where that lake is protected by UNESCO because it's got some unique species of fish inside. So what we did, we look at the concept note with hard PPP, and we put together a strategic alliance of how to do that. Here it is, you've got various companies that we have brought together to do that. All these companies have done it before. It's not new for them. It is something they've done and they do well. And the project is underpinned by the Eden projects. I don't know if any of you know of the Eden projects, which is where they built two eco dome with creating two different environments, Mediterranean environment and tropical environment. It's one of the biggest tourist attractions in UK. So we brought in the people in the world that can really make this happen, and we've submitted that proposal. And here, hard PPP, we sit in between that alliance and the government to make sure to bridge the gap that the professor mentioned yesterday, and making sure that the stakeholders, all the partners, and all the different stakeholders and rules and regulations are being followed. The hard business model is a bottom-up and top-down approach. What I mean by that, with Hard International, we built the relationship, the trust, and with Hard PPP, which stands for Public-Private Partnership, we came and create strategic alliance to deliver it. A step-by-step approach. The hard model can be applied in many situations. It is scalable and it will deliver progress. We are very happy to share this model with any of you. We believe in delivering sustainable solutions and projects that the people of Africa are empowered to stimulate their own growth instead of relying on continuous aid. I'm supposed to say here that HART itself has never received any money from nobody. So we got no alliance or obligation towards nobody. It was some project that we founded, and those that believe has poured in their heart and minds and their monies inside it. So in conclusion, it is not real big ideas. It is a project-by-project approach. To the world, one project would not make a difference. But to some people, it will make a world of difference. Let us not forget that change comes from within, and do not underestimate the social license to operate. But the things also that you need to bear in mind is how you communicate. It will make the difference. I'll leave you with a story here of an old man that was sitting down at the airport waiting for his plane. And he sat there and, for 2 hours. The plane was delayed, 4, 6, 8 hours, and finally he got to board the plane. When he got on the plane, he found the first seat, sat down, and he said, and the hostess came and said, "Sir, this is not your seat, you need to move, this is somebody else's seat." He said, "No, I'm not moving." Somebody else came and tried to convince the old man said, "No, I'm not moving." So the captain came, tried to talk to the old man, said no, the old man said, "No, I'm not moving." And the plane was delayed, so what are we going to do? We're going to call the police now, we're going to get the authorities on board to try to get the man off the plane. And then there was a young girl sitting at the back, watching observing what was happening, and says, "You mind if I speak to the old man?" They said, "Yes." So the little girl, the girl went to the old man and he shook his head. And he shook his head. And the man just packed his bag and went at the back of the plane. Everybody was intrigued. The captain later on came and said, "But what did you say to the old man?" He said, "I told the old man, are you going to London, sir? Are you going to London?" The man said, "Yes. But sir, the first part of the plane is going to Paris. The second part is going to London." So the old man just picked up his things and went to London. What I'm saying is that how we communicate what we want to do is very important. It's not big ideas, and it is how we communicate it.
Thank you so much, dear Paul, for this inspiring talk. And now we can open the floor for Q&A, and please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, sir, for your very interesting presentation. I'm a little confused by your presentation. Let me give a few examples why. Maybe you can clarify. You begin your presentation and you show this map, which is the doom and gloom and the positive sides, yada yada. And then you give an example and you use Ebola. But the thing is, I'm not sure that's a very good example, because Ebola in itself is very suspect. You know, the nature where it started, everything about it, the way, how people get healed in other countries is a very suspect disease. So I'm not sure it's a good example. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the media and the coverage of it has had a negative impact on Africa. But I'm just saying, I think that there are various aspects to that. And maybe you should take your media debate further and question as to why there is even that, why would the media even behave that way? If you can maybe explain that to us a bit more. And then the thing of not doing business, wanting to do business in Africa, I think the BRICS countries would beg to differ with that whole theory. And you gave an example of the World Bank, you know, how Ronald Reagan called these African business people. But, you know, again, that's a problematic example, because the World Bank brought in structural adjustments during that time with Ronald Reagan. So you cannot, you kind of have to include that in a discussion. And I want to ask you, in Katanga, where was your business doing this? Because I've been to Katanga several times to do mining research. I've been to Lubumbashi and all these other, Kolwezi, all those places. And with the sustainable development aspect that you raised, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the Agenda 2063? Because it's designed to promote that whole aspect of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very good questions. Like I said, you know, I'm not an academic. I'm giving you the point of view what people on the ground are telling me. In the case of Ebola, you know, I believe, you know, that it speaks for itself. When you see on BBC where, you know, people are dying and the doctors trying to reach them and people doesn't want to go, it's clearly underlined that there is a problem. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's what you are asking me, but is that what you are asking me?
Even in the U.S., Ebola is, there's no, you use the trust example. And even in the U.S., Ebola, there's no trust. You know, the people have to be quarantined, and it's quite a suspicious disease. I'm just saying, as an example for your presentation, that's what I was just trying to contextualize. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I've answered your question, but I don't know what is it you're looking for, but you know, that's what I believe. You know, again, when it comes to the finance, talking from experience here, not from theory, we spent about 2-3 years looking for finance to finance the projects, and we were not, we approached all the institutions, we were not able to get the finance for the projects, though the projects was very well conceived and very strong partnerships inside it. For the terms of the DLC and the Katanga mining and all these things, you know, we lack very much as independent bodies. We don't get involved with politics and the policies. We leave that for the politicians and the policymakers to decide.
Thank you. My question is actually also related to the last Ebola outbreak, because we all know that it's not the first one, and we know that it's one of the, it's actually the last Ebola outbreak killed more people, it caused the lives of more people than, let's say, than the former 19 Ebola outbreaks. So it shouldn't have to be necessarily be the case, because it's not that contagious at all. It's an airborne disease, and it kills its host so quickly. So the countries that the Ebola outbreak, the last outbreak has emerged actually, are the countries having the less developed health system. So maybe it's not all about the trust, because the World Health Organization was criticized a lot for responding so slowly to the crisis. So do you see any progress in this regard? And, you know, because yes, people really do not want to go to the hospitals, because, you know, they sometimes Ebola and malaria, they have the same symptoms. So they are just so afraid to be treated like an Ebola patient, which, you know, it's not such a good thing at that moment. But do you think there will be any progress in this regard? Because this disease will likely to emerge and emerge again in the following years. So, and do you also think that World Health Organization responded to the crisis properly and timely?
Well, let's look at the crisis, for example. You know, could that be avoided? I believe it could have been avoided if a proper sanitation program was in place. And how many, you know, we've seen in the news, SDGs, sanitations is one of them. But sanitation was not really considered to be very important. If you look at West Africa, we know we have submitted projects for abattoirs. How many of them has very, you know, of international standard abattoirs? In the food chain, how is it protected? So, you know, there are very much underlying issues that need to be addressed that could be, you know, could put in place to avoid this sort of disease to be spreading and reach that sort of a level. And it just did not break out overnight, actually, the Ebola. It was something that was coming up. He hit the headlines when he was, you know, sort of killing a lot of people. I'm not, you know, maybe you're right, it's not about, maybe, you know, you may not think it's the right idea, right subject to board about crisis management, but I believe that most of the time that you hear about Africa is through crisis, but not through the good news. Very rarely, you know, people talk about the good things that African countries are doing. You know, I would like to see the media talks a bit more in a balanced way, and that does impact the investment, and it rise, you know, it sort of raise the risk factor even more.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paul. I enjoyed your presentation. I am just curious. I just wanted to know. The model that you presented, you know, and the examples you gave with the DRC, how you went over to support them to build this whole strategy, and what you're beginning to work on with the government of Malawi. And I was just thinking, okay, if I would be interested to invite you, for instance, to Uganda, to my university, and I want to, for instance, get my university thinking on how to start getting our university to be more business-oriented, if you may. And you mentioned somewhere in your presentation that HAT has not received any money from anywhere, and you're not. So I'm just wondering, how do you fund this initiative? How do you do this? Are you philanthropic, or I don't know? And what exactly, and what is the basis of this? Do you just reach out and help those who are in need or something like that? I'm just curious.
Well, like I said to you, I've been involved in Africa for 25 years. I got so fed up with it, seeing so many projects falling apart. I left and I went to work in the financial city in London. There I sort of really found out what, you know, my gift, or my God-given gift was, is to deliver projects. I delivered, I work at Barclays Bank as a consultant. I run the IT services there. I did the same thing at ABN AMRO, which is now RBS. I transformed the service. I brought things and bring a lot of changes. And I thought that it was going to be easy to do it in Africa. When I started it, I looked for funding. Nobody wanted to fund this sort of initiative. So yes, I poured my own money. We poured our own money inside it. It's my own family's funds that we are not rich guys, but we are very passionate and we believe in it. We would have loved to receive funding, but that hasn't come. But that would not stop us from doing what we truly believe.
Hi, this is Said from Qatar Foundation. It's just very interesting, very captivating presentation. You touched a very core point, actually, the trust. I mean, like, anything, any government or the business, like that does, like, a trust is a core factor. And it's just a small anecdote. Like, I was just riding in a taxi in Norway. I was asking the guy, like, how come, like, you pay 30% of tax? And then he says, like, he trusts his government. And me coming from India, I never trust my government, even I have to pay 5% of a tax, actually, because I know that money is not going to come back in any sort of social security benefits to me. So it's just like you don't have the trust within your society, or particularly with the institutions that's been built upon and the bureaucracy that you have, and it's getting into some loopholes into the, like any of the black hole there. So when you talk about the trust, that's quite important in any society that you have. How are you going to operationalize that trust, and like either like you do as a project, like as an NGO itself, or like as a government itself? Like, the government needs to bring, and particularly when we talk about the investment from other countries, and Africa people are fed up of seeing people coming from the outside world and coming and pillaging the lands. It's quite common. So have an investment, and I know the Norwegian fund, like they do quite a lot of interesting work on that part. I don't know how you operationalize the trust through these projects, and like, what kind of strategies. You have quite a few strategies, but you gloss over through. Can you just describe more about it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. Like I say, that model was built from the DRC, where we sort of realized that, we spend a lot of time through the NGO creating the awareness campaign. And through that awareness campaign, we saw that we got the governments, the peoples, the local stakeholders involved inside it. And then we say, okay, look, but now how do you deliver the project? So you need to bring in, you need to commercialize it to make it sustainable. That's when the PPP comes in, the commercial side of it comes in. That's where we brought in the different consultancies and different expertise, the technologies and the finance and all these things. An NGO on itself cannot do it. That's a top. From the bottom, we sort of built to work with the grassroots. From the top, we work with the governments and or any other organizations that want to deliver down there. We identify the gaps. We create the enabling environments that will enable finance to get. We ring-fence the projects. We ring-fence the various stakeholders. We ring-fence the communities itself, making sure that what's been agreed are delivered.
I mean, I'm from the embassy of Liberia in Doha. The contribution I'd like to make is that most of the time in Africa, when it comes to the development pattern, as you talk about step-by-step project, sometimes the way information leaves Africa and how the information is digested out there creates problem for the continent. And I may be wrong, there are organizations whose founding is based upon how much negative news they will germinate from Africa out there. How many pictures you can take of children not having food to eat, and how many persons are being flogged by police, even if it is not a major issue, but these are the issues that are being blown out of proportion, and that tend to scare away investors. So an investor will come and ask you, what is the law in your country? Do you have this? So sometimes we say, look, infrastructure investment in the infrastructure is also part of the game. So if I do not have electricity, if you build a dam, it's going to be a win-win situation. You're going to benefit, and so many people are going to benefit. Like we talk about the even the current issue of Ebola. Why is it since 1976 not much has been done on the continent? So sometimes we turn to look at ourselves. Maybe at the time it happened in Zaire, and it was said, well, it's a Zairean situation. It happened in Uganda, it's a Ugandan situation. Until after many years, we woke up one day in March, and we heard that there was a sickness in the northern part of Liberia. Somebody got in the vehicle, came to Monrovia, that had a sickness that resembled malaria, that resembled typhoid. And if you went to Liberia during the rainy season, many people died from typhoid. People die from typhoid. The symptom of typhoid is the same symptom like the Ebola. So one of the things I think international bodies should do, like your organization, into the areas of research, is to work. You talk about trust, is to work with these line institutions so that the information can be trusted from whom. I know of a doctor in the western part of Liberia. We taught in high school together. He was at a medical school, and now in different things. This guy used one of the drugs for HIV therapy. The center he was controlling in western part of Liberia, all those that went to that center guy killed of Ebola. But how long did the news appear on CNN? Just once or twice. That was the end. And many people did not come to talk about what he has done. So I think we also have a responsibility, those of us from the continent, to promote ourselves. Because if we do not promote ourselves, other people got a way of promoting things. Though we have signed Paris Declaration, Accra Acceleration, but the reality on the ground is that many African governments are not taking, we're not taking ownership. It's like people got to tell us what they want to do. So you talk about the diarrhea or the cholera situation in Zaire. Somebody said, well, we need a heart treatment center. But the garbage that is dumped everywhere may not have been the priority at the time. Or even sometimes the officials themselves feel that if you clear the garbage, you may not have more funding coming for cholera. So let's keep it there, we'll create more cholera centers. So I think on the overall, we should empower ourselves. We should form more partnership with people so that we can be treated as equal partners when we sit on the table to discuss African development, and then we will realize that there will be real sustainability. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I would like to really thank you for that. In fact, you answered the question that the lady asked me over there, which I was struggling to answer. I think, I hope that you have found the answers within our own thing here, you know. It is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, sometimes we just take one little things to make a point, but look at it globally. I try to understand what I'm trying to tell you here in the bigger picture. And you will probably then get the message. But, you know, I spoke to a film directors about these issues, you know, and he says to me, Paul, you know, I just come back from Africa. Oh, he said, well, you just come back from Africa? He says, I said, well, what's wrong with it? He said, aren't you scared? I said, well, why should I be scared? Well, he said, I am scared. And I said, well, look, how informed are you about Africa? He's a film director. And I said, what? You know what? You are scared because what you people do, the way that you promote the continent. I said, what about making a film that sends a better message? You know what? The good things that people are like my friend just said here, the diplomats here say from Liberia just mentioned, you know, there's many doctors in Africa that are doing their level best to work, and there's many countries in Africa that are really working very hard to contain these things. But we don't hear that story. This is the sort of story that I would like to hear. A balanced view, not this sort of bias continuous biased view about criticizing Africa. You know, it's about time we start talking down on a level playing field, you know, stop these ideas of, of superiority or whatever you want to call it. That's what I'm talking about. And thank you very much for making that point.
Thank you very much. My name is Ola Bello. I head the Resource Governance Program at the South African Institute of International Affairs. Thank you for the presentation. I took something away from your discussion, which I think is very important, and we oftentimes don't emphasize enough, or don't always fully appreciate. A lot of what you talked about is, I think about the need for, thoughtful engagement, among the different stakeholders. When you talked about, earning a social license, you joked about buying it, but I think in your joke, you're making a very important point. And I think this is one of the key areas where a lot of mutual learning needs to take place among all the different stakeholders in the African extractive sector. I like the way you segmented, the evolutionary process that needs to take place before you get to that point of psychological buy-in and confidence on all the sides. So I wanted to say very much appreciate that, and I think it's an important point. We point fingers a lot of the time from the community side. Companies don't do good by communities. I think on the community side also need for some sort of reciprocal responsibility, and you talked about managing expectations. I think perhaps the single most important point in the dialogue we need to have going forward. People talk about extractive boom in Africa, but it's not a silver bullet that would resolve all problems. So I think the whole thing about mutual learning, engagement, but also managing expectations on all sides, these are all very good points I had in your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much for this.
Dear colleagues, for the sake of time, I think it is the time to shift to our session 5 on corporate social responsibility and its effectiveness, community rights, reaction, and FPIC issues. So thank you so much, dear Paul, for the wonderful presentation and the fascinating discussion. Now I would like to invite some other questions, but why don't we have the questions in the very short coffee period, and afterwards we start with session number 5. The moderator is Heini Besada, and we'll have Bill Rutherford, Tim Shaw, and Carolina Werner as the speakers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We do need to get started, so we're going to go with the first session of the day, session 5, looking at corporate social responsibility, its effectiveness, community rights, reaction, and FPIC issues. We have 3 very important guests today. We're going to be starting off with Dr. Blair Rutherford. Dr. Blair Rutherford is Professor of Anthropology, Director of the Institute of African Studies at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. He has over 20 years of research experience examining cultural politics of land, labor, resources in Zimbabwe and South Africa, and currently working to start a project in Sierra Leone. He's author of Working on the Margins, Black Workers, White Farmers in Post-Colonial Zimbabwe, a co-editor on sexual violence and conflict in post-conflict societies, international genders in African contexts. He has published articles in a wide range of journals, including the World Development, Journal of Agrarian Change, Development and Change, Journal of South African Studies, and Review of African Political Economy and Cultural Anthropology.
Thank you very much, Hani, for the introduction, and thank you to you and to Evan and Tim for inviting me. I'm putting together a really good workshop. I've learned a lot the first day, and I think what I'm going to say in the next few minutes is basically going to amplify what other people have been saying already, but it's going to be looking at a slightly different natural resources, the issue of land. The title kind of given to me to talk about is land governance and land deals in Africa, opportunities and challenges in advancing community rights. And what I thought I would do in these few minutes is to kind of look at the whole issue of what do we mean by community rights. It's particularly when it comes to land users, and much, not all, but much of rural Africa. It's a bit more of a complicated question than perhaps what we think of at first blush. So I'm going to look at first of all, situating the whole debate over land investments or versus land grabs, which are kind of the two dominant narratives in looking at the massive increase of land investment in Africa. And I'm going to look at the convergence of them in the issue of governance. I'm going to briefly look at what land governance, what folks talk about, academics predominantly, and looking at land governance. And then kind of zeroing in on issues of what is community and community rights. And perhaps whereas Paul was decrying he's not academic, I'm not a practitioner, so maybe a bit too academic at times, but I'm looking forward for a discussion and so forth. But I'll start with a bit of what we in I'm an anthropologist, what we in anthropology like to say an ethnographic anecdote, which I think nicely leads into what the issues I'll be talking about. And this is way back in my original doctoral research in 1992-93 up in Zimbabwe. I was looking at farm workers, farm laborers on what then were big white-owned commercial farms. But I got to know a bit about the Campfire program. Some of you may know of Campfire. It's an acronym, stands for Communal Areas Management Program for Indigenous Resources. It was a community-based conservation program developed in Zimbabwe in the mid-1980s and became quite popular. It became a model for ways of involving the community in conservation program, helping to try to inculcate a strong conservation ethos amongst people, at the same time allowing them to try to get economic benefit from it. In 1993, I got to know the Campfire director of the district local government, the Rural District Council in Rungwe district up in northwestern Zimbabwe. And she was telling me about what seemed like to be a real win-win situation. A tourist operator based in Harare, the capital, was talking with the district about setting up a, what do you call it, a low-impact tourism operation in one of the communal areas. Communal areas is the post-colonial name for the former native reserves set up by, in southern Rhodesia. And this tourist operator, with the support of the Rural District Council, was hoping to set up this, what do you call a low-impact tourist operation where he'd bring well-heeled tourists to have what he called both kind of a cultural experience and experience of wildlife in Zimbabwe. So the aim was to have the tourists spend a couple of nights in a, what do you call it, a traditional African village in Chundu communal area, learning about what daily life is like in rural Zimbabwe, and then other days would do hikes into the Mana Pools National Park, one of the famous national parks in Zimbabwe, where they would take photographs of the wild game. It seemed like a win-win situation because through the architecture of Campfire, the tourist operator would be, contributing a fair bit of money to the Rural District Council, who in turn would then pass it to the communities where the tourist operation was occurring. And this is kind of the whole logic of Campfire, where the communities that kind of live with wildlife get economic value for living with the wildlife by getting money from tourists or hunters and so forth going to, and it's up to them to decide what to do with that money. Usually they would either get, each member of the community would get a percentage of the money, or they would invest in some community projects such as helping in the health clinic or getting a grinding mill for the maize and so forth. The trouble was that it never came to fruition. And in fact, what happened in Harungwe was similar to issues in much of the Campfire, according to the Zimbabwean authors who critically studied Campfire in the 1980s and 1990s. The reason why it never came to fruition was that there was a big conflict between the Rural District Council and many of the community members. Now, communal areas in Zimbabwe are legally vested in the president. However, they're administered by the local government body, the rural district councils, and in practice they fall under what generally called communal tenure. In other words, they fall under different traditional authorities or land-giving authorities. Now, in this part of Hurungwe district in Chundu, some of the traditional authorities, what you call sabuku or crawlheads, kind of like headmen, were giving land to people who the district government didn't want to get land. They're giving land to people who were either from or were descendants of people from Malawi, Zambia, Mozambique, neighboring countries who had come to Zimbabwe in the 1950s, 1960s as migrant workers to work on the white-owned farms or the white-owned mines. Now, legally in Zimbabwe, these people or their descendants, even if you're born in Zimbabwe, were not Zimbabwean, therefore they should not be given land. And according to the law, people should have registered with the rural district council in order to be given land by the sabuku, by the crawlheads. The crawlheads ignored that part and were giving land to people. They had a fair bit of land in this part of Zimbabwe, and they wanted to, they wanted to have more people under their authority. So what the local government wanted to do with Campfire was not only to provide money to the local communities, but they also wanted to try to enforce their rules and say only those who are officially registered can take part in Campfire. Those who aren't officially registered, not only can you not take part of Campfire, you're going to be evicted. You're squatters, you're foreigners. Needless to say, the local sabukus weren't too happy, and the people themselves weren't happy. And as the conflict kind of continued on, the investment from Harare, tourist operator, disappeared. It never happened. Now, this is just a brief anecdote, a brief example of what I'm going to be talking about in a bit more detail about issues that kind of plague land investment. In much, not all, but much of Africa, that you got questions of who governs the rural areas, who are the authorities, who belongs to these land-using communities, who defines who belongs, who decides. And this small little example which have kind of plagued the Campfire program are amplified. And remember, Campfire is generally a sustainable development initiative, something which was praised for involving the community. Land investment deals involve displacing people, hopefully compensating them, a lot more contentious than a community development initiative. But nonetheless, these are the issues that I'm going to suggest need to be taken into account when looking at land investment. So, as I said, I'm sure you're quite familiar with the two dominant narratives. There's debates over exactly how many millions of hectares have been transferred over the last 10 or so years, particularly after 2008. But everyone is in agreement that millions of hectares have been given to a variety of investors, both investors from within the country, but especially from outside the country, be they companies or be they pension funds, for a variety of purposes. There are those who promote it, emphasize the economic spin-offs from these investments, both in terms of tax revenue for the government and also the hope for backward and forward linkages, economic spin-offs in the economy. And then there are those, and I would say probably a bit more powerfully, those who detract it, who are detractors, those who are criticized this land investment, what they call land grabs. And they point out that many of these big land investment deals have displaced lots of communities, often with little or no compensation. And moreover, those who are still remaining surrounding the areas that have been given to land investors, often their own livelihoods haven't been enhanced, the economic linkages have not occurred, but instead they've been reduced, often because they're cut off from what had been more kind of common property in that area in terms of access to the water and the land and the wild trees and so forth. And moreover, it does increase conflicts. Now the land grabs narrative has been quite powerful, and I think to make lots of good points. It's been taken up by lots of national and international non-governmental organizations and civil society groups, as well as by many journalists. Now I'm not going to go into great details of this debate, other than noting, however, even though they're kind of a very different perspective of what's been happening in terms of kind of land investments, land grabs in Africa, that there's a convergence of generally a convergence in both of these narratives about the importance of trying to improve the governance over land. Improve governance because they say that more straightforward rules and representative institutions will help the investors, so they don't have to worry about people saying, well, I haven't been compensated, or people are trying to criticize or even, you know, get back the land which was given to the investors. Of course, it would help better governance for the state in terms of more clear rules of who are the land users and who has the authority over land. And of course, if not more importantly, it would help the local communities, those who are being affected by the land investment. So let me briefly talk about land governance. It's important to note that most of these land investment deals occur on land that is governed, in part at least, by what's called customary tenure. This is, according to a number of studies, most land users in Africa, farmers and pastoralists, fall under such land. Land that has some form of governance by customary tenure, though of course it's got maybe a very different legal status. The emphasis of many is on that legal status. They're saying the laws that often will put this land in the power of the state, call it state land of some sort, doesn't have enough emphasis or enough rules concerning how decisions over the allocation of that land or the reallocation of that land to, in this case, outside investors, how those decisions are made, let alone how much consultation and involvement of the community, or I'm going to suggest communities, actually need to take place. There's also a big focus in this literature on what are called unaccountable institutions. Institutions that may be more accountable to the central government as opposed to the actual land users. So there's an emphasis then on trying to improve the legislation, improve the policies, and improve the institutions. At the same time, others emphasize, well, it's not just the laws, not just the unrepresentative institution, but there's issues of power, issues of discourse, issues of, often people who are promoting land investment have a very discriminatory view of the current land users, saying they're subsistence oriented, they aren't using the land properly, we have to modernize, bring development to the country, which of course is a perspective, but it discriminates against a whole range of often land uses that support people's livelihoods. So let me kind of focus on what is often put forth as kind of a potential solution. And this is something promoted by again, all parties, the World Bank Group and non-government organizations and many academics, and that is to have some form of free and prior informed consent, FPIC. And this would be a way of ensuring that whatever land is sold or often leased to outside investors, to do so requires the informed, free, meaning they aren't being cursed, consent of the community, the people involved who are involved in the land that is being given away. Which leads to my final substantive slide, if you will, is, but what is the community? Now, academic literature on land and land users and land governance in much of sub-Saharan Africa, at least I'm not as familiar in North Africa, talk about how community formation occurs in part through the governance systems. In other words, communities aren't formed independently of the governance necessarily, though they may be treated that way. And these are governance at various scales of action. And again, it varies depending on the country and depending on the region in that country. But you have national governance, the national state, district governance, as well as local forms of governance. In the example I gave from, the brief example I gave from Chundu, that would be your land-giving authorities, your Sabuku and your chiefs, your crawlheads and chiefs. These varying scales of governance don't necessarily converge, and what's written down in the laws isn't necessarily how people actually get the land in practice. But in each scales of governance, there's decisions being made on how you get access to land. And there's different criteria, and again, I'm talking at levels of generality here, but often there's issues of kinship, belonging to the certain patrilineages or matrilineages, belonging to certain clans, but there's also potentially issues of ethnicity, belonging issues of gender. Land access to land is very gendered throughout Africa, like in many other places in the world. And these different criteria helps to decide who are insiders and who are outsiders. Who are the autochthons, indigenous people, and who are the strangers. At the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean if you're an outsider you don't have access to land. In fact, many parts of rural Africa have people who don't necessarily belong to the community but get access to land from a variety of forms of incorporation. And things can be fine, but things can blow up given changes in the wider political economy. And we've seen this with Eastern DRC, we've seen this with Cote d'Ivoire and other places where all of a sudden the strangers amongst you become enemies or potential enemies. So all of this occurs independent of your land investors. All of this is, land, access to land is often and always is a contentious issue. There's debates, there's litigation, there's negotiation, not only in the various scales of government and governance, but within the communities. So what do you do if you're the external investor? Well, I really like Paul's discussion of your social license to operate. Of course, it takes time, and some aren't necessarily interested in that, but fair enough, be prepared if you're doing that. But I suggest here, it's important to set up some type of mechanism to try to determine the different claims and the different rights. Has to be, the multi-stakeholder mechanisms of not only, of course, government of different levels, but also the civil society officials. It was mentioned yesterday about, the importance of involving particularly civil society with expertise on land issues, which is many, at least most African countries I know of, there's a number of excellent organizations that have lots of expertise. But also researchers. National researchers understand land issues. Because the colonial history and post-colonial history of much of Africa is littered with decisions made about who has access to land and marginalizing those who no longer get access. Particularly gender is a great example of women being kind of marginalized through various processes. And then there needs to be a mechanism to help determine, if you will, who should be giving the FPIC, who should be giving the free and prior informed consent. Because it's not necessarily what's written down in the national legislation or according to the national policies. At the same time, I have to admit, it doesn't guarantee, one, you're going to get access to the land, and two, it potentially can be, you can open up, the proverbial can of worms. That's, some people who the social divisions which may be latent might become more explicit in such a mechanism. But for a few concluding thoughts, in not only, however, doing such a process would I suggest, actually lead to a more thorough and representative discussion amongst the communities in terms of who's going to give the consent in letting go of land, but also in terms of compensation, who should be getting the compensation from whatever land is given away. But it will lead ultimately, again, harking back to what Paul was saying, to more legitimate land transfers. That you have a greater legitimacy at the various scales, not only in the capitals or the government offices, but also, more importantly, amongst the various community members. And potentially, and again, this is, no guarantees, but it potentially can lead to, more broader economic linkages. I believe it was Brian yesterday talking about the mines, the danger of the mines of becoming enclaves and not having links to wider communities. Well, if you spend the time trying to figure out who has access to land and what are the different rights to land and so forth, you're going to get to understand the dynamics a bit better. And potentially then there are possibilities for not, issues of not only labor opportunities, but potential, service provisions and so forth to whatever land investment occurs if it is leading to some type of plantation and so forth, and not just looking for carbon credits. So, to conclude, there's like any major investment deal, it takes time if you want a greater legitimacy, and if you're looking for more, the potential, and again, it's not promised, but the potential for more sustainable development through land investment, I suggest some type of process like this may help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blair, for a very informative and detailed presentation on land governance and advancing community rights. We have our second presentation by Dr. Tim Shaw. I'm not going to read his extensive bio. I think I think he's already been introduced earlier. So we're going to go directly to Tim's presentation. Tim's second presentation in this conference will be on African agency, companies, civil societies, and extractives.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be given the opportunity to finally appear properly attired, as the suitcase did in fact contain, unusually, a suit, and particularly to be able to give both Hanny and Evren their New Year present of the world in 2015. It's also a pleasure to appear after Blair, having introduced him to both Zimbabwe and his then new wife, to repeat what I said yesterday about the scale of the informal sector according to OECD back in 2009, and the global shell games that have been introduced in 2014, and also in the presence of Jason to talk and reflect a little bit on what I have learned from animating the new PhD in global governance and human security. Ian Taylor says, quote, "The question of levels of agency is something that needs to be at the forefront of any discussion on the role of the BRICS in Africa and the potentialities of these emerging relationships in fostering development. This is highly contingent on a variety of contextual factors, and it is these dynamics that need to be borne in mind when reviewing each BRIC member's interaction with the continent." And I'll come back to that at the end, particularly in terms of Qatar, as part of the context, as part of the contingency. So I want to talk particularly about 2015 as a symbolic turning point, particularly the end in a year's time of 2015 and COP21 and the possibility of a multilateral climate change agreement, but also in terms of natural resource governance, informed by Blair on land, but also reflecting on the nexus that includes obviously energy, i.e. Qatar, water, etc. Because I think that this is of growing importance and will increasingly informed. I think it's fair to say that in the last few weeks the price of oil has gone down, but I don't think the price of water has gone down. And therefore to look at the changing pattern of production globally. Obviously informed by the rise of the BRICS, but perhaps recognizing that the BRICS have been in decline, as indicated by Jim O'Neill's switching to mint and mist, but also again the rise of the food, land, water, energy nexus. Plus the role of the European pigs, Portugal, Italy, Ireland, Greece, Spain, plus Cyprus, plus possibly Iceland, doesn't seem to be getting better anytime soon. So the paper starts off by talking about the whole question of African agency, and again the contingency context, suggesting in particular that Africa has been quite central to a number of governance innovations like the Kimberley process, like EITI, like Dodd-Frank, and the paper asks questions about the compatibility or incompatibility of some of these innovations. We talked yesterday a little bit about the Maputo and other corridors,
but Africa has been quite important in terms of trans-frontier peace parks, the tripartite free trade agreement, as well as the Maputo and other corridors. We all noticed, and the ambassador yesterday was very interesting in terms of the place of South Africa in the 5 BRICS and the degree to which it was put there for strategic reasons. I would also emphasize the role of diasporas, remittances, the role of diasporas in terms of policy, development and democracy. And then finally, again reflecting on global shell games, the importance, and OECD, the importance of the informal and the illegal. Given the size, the scale of the informal sector, and the continued expansion of the illegal, both in terms of guns and gangs, the West African Commission on Drugs, along with the Latin American and global commissions, the continuing conflicts around the Great Lakes, the role of particularly men, boys in such gangs, etc., etc. And certainly living in Trinidad and the Caribbean made one very conscious both of diasporas and of gangs. Let me just also in passing note that the World Bank, the IMF have finally recalculated the national products of countries like Nigeria and Kenya, taking into account things like the IT sector, the cultural sector as in Nollywood as well as Bollywood, etc. And so there has been a reshuffling of the deck in terms of the ranking of political economies on the continent. And the importance of the way in which we think about these things in terms of the Global Commission on Human Security, on global governance, the recent commissions on the world economy, and obviously on climate change. So the paper is particularly concerned with things like the forestry certification scheme and the parallel marine certification scheme. Both of these are now joined together with 20 or so other major non-state governance groupings in the ISEAL alliance, which includes a group of organizations that do evaluations that define what is sustainable, that define what is good governance, as well as implement and evaluate and rank. And that the Mining Policy Forum has been joined by the Natural Resource Governance Institute, itself a mix of the Natural Resource Charter and the Revenue Watch Institute, and that both of these in a sense stand in interesting contrast to EITI. And I know that EITI itself is very concerned to advance good governance at the global level in a variety of sectors. Meanwhile, in terms of African agency, in the African Great Lakes region, encouraged by things like Partnership Africa-Canada in Ottawa and by Dodd-Frank, there is an attempt to develop the International Conference on the Great Lakes to implement ideas about reducing the flow of conflict minerals. And again, here I think the growing attention to supply chains of a variety of commodities, obviously energy, obviously water, clearly in terms of Rainforest Alliance, tea, coffee, etc., but also conflict minerals, particularly in terms of rare earth elements, in terms of IT, in terms of cell phones, and of course recycling in a variety of forms. So what I end up with is getting us to ask questions about what is emerging. And here I would emphasize, building on Blair, the importance of thinking through the place of Africa on the one hand in terms of the water, land, food, energy, security nexus, and the role of Qatar. Because quite clearly, particularly the Great Lakes and particularly the Rift Valley, the place of water is particularly importance now, as Pamela suggested, overlaid by the emergence of Eastern Africa from South Sudan, northern Uganda, down to southern Tanzania and northern Mozambique as an emerging energy region. And so the way in which Qatar and the Gulf relates to the Rift Valley and this emerging region, I think, is of growing importance. I would just emphasize, building on the varieties of capitalism, the emerging market companies, including state-owned enterprises in the Global South. Well over a quarter of the Global 500 companies are now from China, India, Brazil, Mexico, Korea, etc. But parallel to that, the growth of non-governmental organizations and think tanks in the Global South. Again, I think the ambassador was very interesting yesterday in terms of IPSA, because the place of India, Brazil, South Africa, Bangladesh, the Philippines is particularly important. And of course, some of these are areas of migration into Southeast Asia and into the Gulf. Thirdly, migrations, informal sectors, 2/3 of the world, labor force, diasporas, remittances, and the flow of ideas, cultures, relations that go along with those relationships, given mobile telephony. Then I think recognizing that we may have already seen the peaking of the BRICS, particularly the BRICS other than India and China, and the emergence of a number of frontier markets as well as emerging markets, along with the rise of exchange-traded funds, sovereign wealth funds, etc. I would tend to opt for MIST, that is Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea and Turkey, rather than MINT, which is Nigeria, notwithstanding its re-ranking by the international financial institutions. But in terms of what is quite clear in the world in 2015, the declining value of the currency and some of the production from some of the BRICS and the mints. And then looking at new sources and increasingly authoritative sources of global governance, the World Economic Forum as well as the World Social Forum, the UN Global Compact, obviously the EU, the International Standards Organization, and ICEAL Alliance as its private non-governmental counterpart, ACT Alliance, which is a grouping of 150 church groups in terms of development, etc. And so certainly for me, post-2015 is when I stopped teaching in the PhD, but also recognizing that I think we're in a very interesting period in terms of traditional disciplines like international relations, international organization, international law, international political economy, even development studies, because when one begins to incorporate these new factors, some of their assumptions, some of their perspectives are of, I think, decreasing interest or decreasing salience, particularly when one adds human security and out of the Caribbean and out of Central America ideas about citizen security, given the rise of gangs and forms of insecurity. And I think that we need to pay increasing attention to a range of distinctive, flexible issues, alliances, networks, partnerships, initiatives, visions, etc., post-2015. And I think that this project heading into year 2 is well placed to help in such redefinitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. We have our third presenter today, Ms. Caroline Warner. Ms. Warner is an independent researcher and finishing working on her PhD at the Basile School of International Affairs in Waterloo. In the past, she's worked as project manager for the Center for International Governance Innovation in Waterloo, where she's currently affiliated. Before that, she was at the UN Industrial Development Organization, the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis, both situated in Austria. She has a master's degree in Peace and Conflict Studies, and also an honors degree in Peace and Conflict Studies and Psychology. without further ado, I'll give the microphone to Ms. Werner. She's going to be talking to us about managing natural resources in post-conflict societies, the role of CSR and civil society in Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Haney. You'll see that a lot of what I'm going to say has already been brought up over the last 2 days, and today in particular, both all three presentations have already touched on a lot of the subjects. I'd like to bring my perspective from the post-conflict and peace-building view a little bit and talk about managing natural resources. I've chosen to use Sierra Leone as an example because that is one of the countries that is part of the Qatar Foundation project. And I want to highlight some of the difficulties that come along with managing natural resources from the perspective of the companies and corporate social responsibility in post-conflict and fragile states. So let me start off with some basics that I'm sure everybody's familiar with, but just so we're all on the same page. Corporate social responsibility, it's basically, in my mind, means that we expect the companies, particularly transnational or multinational corporations, to go beyond the basics. So beyond funding developments that are necessary for increasing their own production and for profit, but to really contribute to the communities in which they are in. And so we often hear the triple bottom line, so the social, economic, and environmental contributions. We are increasingly expecting these companies, these corporations, to fill roles that have traditionally been reserved for the government. So they have pushed their way into governance structures, into policy making, into being more significant within the debates, policy debates, and have inadvertently created a situation in which we now actually expect them to contribute in positive ways to governance in the communities that they are active in. And so have created also a vulnerability for these companies in that when they do not meet those expectations, that affects their bottom line. And so self-regulation and corporate social responsibility is important for the companies. They often do not have to respond to some of the oversight of the government because it may be weak, particularly in post-conflict societies, but they self-regulate in order to conform to some of the pressures of other companies and the international community for the sake of their reputation. And so there are two levels to corporate social governance, the local and the global being what would be expected in most states that these companies would, or corporations would be involved in. So things that are common across all societies, such as environmental and climate impact. And then the more important aspect, particularly in post-conflict societies, the local, which is connected to the social license, which Paul discussed. So understanding the local community, the expectations, the needs within the area that they operate. As far as natural resources within post-conflict countries, and just Africa, a lot of African countries in general, it's been touched upon yesterday as well in many presentations regarding the resource curse. I won't go into that. I do want to talk a little bit about, the particular aspect of investing in post-conflict countries, which is we tend to see more junior players, the big companies have a certain perception of a post-conflict country related to security and other issues, and so tend not to invest as often in them as the more junior players, which also means that we see less of the corporate social responsibility, less of the pressure to implement different projects that will benefit the community, because the reputation aspect and the economic influence of not conforming to corporate social responsibility is lesser on those more junior companies or players. And then in a post-conflict setting, of course, there's several infrastructure and legislative weaknesses that have to be taken into account. So things such as transparency and accountability, which we've talked about yesterday and today as well. And then corruption, ambiguities and gaps within legislation where between the national and the local government, things that are not addressed in ways that would be addressed in more stable and developed countries. This means basically that the onus to enforce the strict corporate social responsibility is on the transnational corporations, as they are not getting the governmental oversight that they may be getting in other places. Some of these may be very obvious, but I just wanted to point them out. There are some unique challenges to investment and activities in these post-conflict countries. That includes vulnerable communities, a suspicion of outsiders, a lack of trust, unresolved issues that where some of the mining, for example, or oil companies or other extractive resources had some sort of role to play within the conflict that was in the past. Residual effects of past trauma, which basically means that any small incidents can easily lead to larger, more serious ones, disagreements within the company, of worker pay or other kind of compensation issues, can lead to demonstrations, can lead to outright violence very easily. And so a high danger of relapse, and of course corruption and weak government institutions. As far as the corporate social responsibility and what needs to be addressed, more so in post-conflict countries than others, is I think we need to look at CSR on several different levels, not just the human and the environmental risks, which would have been done in usually the conflict risk aspect is very important. It plays a major role, and this means that transnational corporations need not only to take into account the usual risks that they face. They need to be sensitive to the potential conflicts that can help, and the sensitivity can help stabilize peace, it could help foster good relations, and it could help, therefore, further peace building and secure long-term business operations as well, which means it's a win-win situation. Every mine or other investment project in these countries that is reopened or developed can become part of that setting and can either intensify or decrease fragility, and can trigger more conflict or stabilize and contribute to peace building. So it's a very important aspect. And so there have been calls for more conflict sensitive and more conflict relevant CSR. Conflict sensitive in the sense that the companies need to minimize the triggers that can intensify conflict, and conflict relevant in the sense that they should consider contributing to peace building activities and conflict prevention activities. Since these settings are so fragile, it's even more important that the company take into account the local contexts. And so this is the part where we discussed social responsibility, social license just a little while ago. The cultural and spiritual issues, in particular in African countries, the CSO involvement, the civil society involvement, the women and youth, as Blair mentioned, women are often marginalized. In Sierra Leone in particular, youth has been a very big issue. And so all of these things need to be taken account within a CSR policy. Now, the social license to operate, I'm not going to discuss that at length since we just had a very good presentation on that. There's also other than building trust and dealing with some of the community grievances and improving the communication and understanding, I think there's an important element of actively preventing corruption and supporting non-corrupt ways of doing business within these countries. And of course, adhering to guidelines of international guidelines such as the UN Global Compact, the Framework for Business and Human Rights, the African Mining Vision, which has kind of been put on a back burner lately, and has been discussed earlier as well. Now, despite kind of general understanding of this, there has been a lot of still loopholes and corruption within countries that are post-conflict or fragile, where companies have come in. So, for example, in Sierra Leone, there have been recent issues as well. Now, just as a background, we all know the decade of conflict, diamonds, youth, and chiefs. So youth continues to be a very big issue in Sierra Leone, as I mentioned. They're concerned about the marginalization of a very large community, a very large group. I believe it's over 50% of people in Sierra Leone right now are under 25 years old. And the role of chiefs in the conflict has also been very important on the level of local government, the corruption, the greed. And this becomes important as well in the CSR aspect. Now, Sierra Leone right now is relatively stable, apart from the small detail of the Ebola crisis, which we've also discussed briefly. But it's been working towards better legislation, better implementation. It's climbed from the place of 160 out of 178 countries in 2008 and the Doing Business report to 142 this year, and has been implementing various acts such as the Mines and Minerals Act in 2009, which attempts to cover the gaps between the national and the local government, gives more power to the local governments in the decision making of which companies are able to come in and which lands are being, I want to say exploited, exploited for the benefit of these companies. Mining has been about 60% of the export revenue in the country, and as I said, the traditional local government has had a big role in it thus far. And now, the issue with the local government, Sierra Leone has really committed to maintaining the traditional chieftaincy, the paramount chiefs across the country, but they have not been able to adapt yet to the more modern aspects of both transparency, accountability in dealings, more democratic decision making. And so there have been some issues. For example, while Sierra Leone has adopted the EITI, they have been recently suspended from it, specifically because of chieftaincy issues. They have, as Blair mentioned earlier, the tradition of land belonging to the natives, and this native stranger aspect whereby the companies are seen as strangers and should not be able to use the land, but through the national level government are allowed to do so. The local chiefs allow this, but in exchange expect a tribute for the use of the land, which has been a traditional which has been traditionally accepted. However, EITI does not allow, under transparency guidelines, does not allow these types of tributes, which basically could be misconstrued as a bribe, or really are a bribe in a sense. So the cultural aspects are still very important and very confusing when you set them against the more Western models of transparent governance. As far as corruption within the government, there continue to be loopholes in the legislation, including the new Mines and Minerals Act that I mentioned earlier that was passed in 2009. The national government, and in particular the Minister of Mining, can still override really any decision made by both the national and local government. And so there have been instances of, for example, the UK mining company coming in and negotiating favorable agreements whereby they avoid various taxes, but of course behind the scenes I'm sure there are other taxes that they're paying. So for Sierra Leone, the most important issues that I just want to highlight again are the local context, and so that's within the social license to operate, corruption, self-regulation in the sense of the companies needing to self-regulate their CSR as the government oversight is very, very weak. The issue of youth, where as part of their CSR policies, companies can help in addressing issues of education, youth programming, retraining. All of these would be important investments in the area and the needs of the community. There are issues of transparency, again, which are still kind of in the process of being figured out, where the companies can as well address some of those things from within their own policies. And just to finish off, there's a very delicate balance, obviously, between all of these issues. And it's important that within their CSR policies, both the more junior and the more senior players take into account in post-conflict environments that they have a big role, and we expect them to take a responsible and meaningful role in peace-building activities and conflict prevention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for a very detailed presentation on the local dynamics of CSR in Sierra Leone. At this point, let us take a few questions for the presenters. Please introduce yourself beforehand.
Elias Ayuk, Director of the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa, based in Accra, Ghana. Carolina, thanks for your presentation. In the context of Sierra Leone and Liberia, we need to be really very careful. The managing of natural resources is very complex. For normal countries, you have either the patient strategy or the impatient strategy. And those of you who are in this business know what I'm talking about. Coming out of conflict, you have no choice. You have to be impatient. Why? You have the rebels to disarm, provide them jobs. You have infrastructure which has been destroyed by war, you have to build. You lack the capacity to negotiate. The mining companies have information that you don't have. What choice do you have as a president? These are very tough questions that we really need to take into consideration. And mine is a comment. Following what has been happening in Sierra Leone and Liberia, I need to say you have to give those countries credit. Some of them were able to renegotiate their contracts and said, listen, we have to stop this nonsense. Of course, there are levels of corruption, and the complexities in managing natural resources go because the credit costs space and time. You talked about the local level. The local chiefs need something. At the regional level, where you have those, and the communities, and the state level, the challenges are very enormous. So for post-conflict countries and fragile states, we really have to put it in the context of where those countries are going through, because it's not as obvious, not as simple as we might want to take. Following what has happened in Sierra Leone and Liberia, I think we need to give them credit. With support from the African legal support facility of the African Development Bank, they've been able to do some positive things. But of course, as the nature of those resources, some people take advantage. The resource rents, which countries want most of the time to take advantage of. So, just putting in a context is maybe a comment as we reflect on some of these issues. It's not as straightforward as it might appear. Sorry for being long.
Thanks for those really excellent presentations. I have two quick questions. The first is to Professor Shaw. You talked about Rice and African Agency in the post-2015 development context. To my mind, I think the area of resource governance is perhaps the one area where we've seen some of the most exciting example of that Rice and Agency. I know that there is not a lot of reference to that in your presentation. And if I'm to be more specific, you know, I look at things like the African Mining Vision and the attempt by African actors to be in the driving seat of some of these initiatives. I think I would put in the same league the Thabo Mbeki-led panel on illicit financial flows, initiatives like the Africa Progress Panel. All of these points to Rice and African Agency. Perhaps this is something you would want to help us contextualize. And second, to also speak a little bit more about what you think this means concretely for Africa in terms of the prospect for developing a resource governance agenda with Africa's own development needs and priorities right at the heart of that process. I also have a question for Caroline. You talked about the differential mode of engagement by smaller companies in conflict context. I think this is very true. But I wonder whether that's not changing when you bear in mind the effect that legislations like the Dodd-Frank Act and a similar raft of legislation by the European Union, Australia, and other countries. Are these laws leading to some sort of convergence in the way smaller and bigger companies operate in conflict-prone context?
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. But I have just a quick question to team. Very interesting presentation and discussion you're giving this morning. I am particularly keen to hear your take on what you think as well in terms of emerging issues on the continent, and wonder if you think that perhaps given the changing global political economy, and whether you also think that there could be varieties of democracy, for instance, coming out of, or looking at the whole context changing on the continent, a growing middle class, growing youth population. Perhaps our African leaders, presidents, don't have the luxury anymore of hoodwinking the population and moving through. So what's your take on that, the emerging varieties of democracy? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I'll ask Carolina to start and then have Tim follow. Blair wants to chip in as well.
Thank you for the first question. That was a very good point, or really comment, not question, but yes, I agree. And I think that's why I tried to emphasize the role of corporate social responsibility in the settings, because I do agree that the governance structures are still fragile, and it's understandable in a setting where, you know, they've come out of years of war and destruction. And so it's even more important to emphasize corporate social responsibility, especially of the big players who have the resources and the abilities to affect peace building in that country and help the government to move forward. Thank you. As far as the second question, Ola, yes, I do think the trend is probably changing right now, but there's probably still more incentive as well as more pressure on the big players to get involved in the CSR. But yes, you're right, with the new policies, I think that's going to slowly change.
Thank you for comments, and I would obviously largely agree. All I'd be concerned about in terms of African mining vision is the degree to which it itself is accountable and able to get implemented. And I would, as with the ISO, emphasize the ISEAL alliance, the role of non-state forms of regulation, particularly in terms of supply chains, but also be concerned about the privatization of Dodd-Frank because of the role of Deloitte and others in helping to implement, but also related to that, the privatization of security. And I think that's an important issue in the Sierra Leonean case as well as elsewhere. Certainly in terms of the Africa Progress Panel and the illicit flows, I think all of us should look at Global Shell Games to get some sense of how difficult it is to regulate such flows, even if one wishes to. And frankly, I'm not certain places like the City of London or Miami really want to contain that flow because it's quite profitable. Pamela, I agree, varieties of democracy, not just elections at all levels, not just the media, not just civil society, but also the danger of a variety of religions and a variety of fundamentalisms, that we have to be realistic about who will take advantage of such spaces. I think the growing middle class, including the growing middle class in the diaspora, is also of great importance everywhere, and certainly is changing patterns of tourism, patterns of airline hubs, etc., as we see here and elsewhere in the Gulf and in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mine will take the form of a comment on the presentation by the speaker as it relates to the issue of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone and Liberia are in the same boat, so to speak. I think one of the ways to, we find ourselves in a situation whereby we see a high level of gravitated expectation, and at times what the media and other people will tend to characterize as corruption may possibly be like somebody finding himself or herself between the scissors. All right, we see that there's a pressure for the leadership to democratize. There's a pressure for transparency. There's a pressure for rule of law. There's so many pressure, and sometimes people come to the point that they want to see those countries perform like what we may say, maybe from the Bible, that God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Now, sometimes it becomes difficult for those countries to reach the point as people will expect. Like we talk about the suspension of the IETI from Sierra Leone. I would think strongly that the IETI should reconsider her decision for Sierra Leone, even though Liberia had made significant mark in that direction. But one of the problems in that part is that we talk about the chieftaincy. If you went to do if you review the cultural setting of where the diamonds are in the west, in the east of Sierra Leone, which is the west of Liberia, the chief feel that
the territory is his. Whoever is going to do any mining should be able to offer some tokens. So I would think strongly that if international organization review the cultural setting, then it may be necessary that they work with the government to determine what kind of gift or token should be given, let it be legislated, and so that it will not be interpreted as corruption. After all, you sign the agreement with the government in Freetown or whatever, the legislature voted, but those that are in the interior, they own it. So you will come with everything. In order for the company to survive, you have to do something for the locals. And I would think strongly also that companies coming in other parts of Africa with those challenges should also consider allowing the locals to be shareholder in the company. So if you have 100% and you are doing diamond mining or gold mining, or you are into rubber plantation or cocoa, whatever you want to do, if those within that district see themselves as owner of the company, that will help to reduce conflict, because you will say, well, the law has been passed. Yes, opposition going to incite them. Oh, you are here, this government is against you, you got to do something. The next day, you look, properties of the companies are vandalized. So strongly, companies that are going to invest in this area should consider, maybe let it be a proposal from them to the government that even though we're going to invest in Liberia or in Guinea or in Sierra Leone, but this is the percentage we are going to have for where we will operate. We talk about the corporate social responsibility. Sometimes companies see it as, well, if I construct one health center in this area, I have done my corporate social responsibility. For us in Liberia, our late president, William R. Turbot, who got killed in 1980, introduced what was referred to as a humanistic capitalism. Humanistic capitalism is what today we could say that was the beginning of corporate social responsibility. Every company should have the human component of it. Where you operate, is it possible to let them be a shareholder in the company? Let it be part of the law. Let it be part of the concession, so that you can be protected. Even if the government did not bring it, if you propose it, you'll be protected. The locals will protect you. They will make sure nobody get to your place to vandalize it. But if you push them aside, then crisis may possibly be created. So as we look forward to the issue of transparency, as we look forward to the issue of democracy, democracy will be sustained if there is stability. And sometimes in order to have stability, there are some decisions that will be taken that may be considered unorthodox. You see, so all of those factors should be considered as we move forward in this direction. Thank you, Madam.
I just have a comment to these three interesting and very professional presentations. We are talking about companies engaged in post-conflict situations and also in longer world trends. And about governments. I think the third player is the civil society. And if you see the problems like the Kimberley process, like EITI, like the discussion on asset recovery, these all are topics pushed by the civil society. So if you see these longer-term trends, I think that in addition to government, to the private sector, the organized civil society will play a bigger role. And that's also important because in certain areas there's a government's failure, because now the politicians look in a 4-year period of the time they are elected for, whereas the civil society is the element which has a longer term perspective.
A quick question for Tim. Resource sharing and resource governance are both contested with respect to local national dimensions in Africa. Particularly, there are situations where communities are not concentrated in one geographic direction. like for instance, a form of consociation in the sense in Somalia or other parts. So are there models that are either geographic based or non-geographic based models of governance that you think would suit these contexts?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the three very interesting presentation. I have some questions. First to Blair. I wonder, it's so interesting that you elaborate land issues during this this time that African developed so fast. There are so many different interests. And specifically, you use the case of Zimbabwe, and we noticed that Zimbabwe also, like other many African countries, had attracted more interest for resource extraction as well. So I wonder whether in your terminology or in this framework you want to set up resource can be also one of the sector that is suitable for this. And also, what about urban land issues, which I sort of immediately when you talk about this scheme, this system, I was thinking of Angola's case, like the government want to solve the slum issue, the mosaic issues. They actually want to build up a new Rwanda city, which means rather than to involve peoples living in these slum areas, they desert them. They build up a new one and put up their fancy buildings, governmental, municipal, all in the new areas. So your conclusions sort of, you mentioned it better to connect with some economic activities and then let people involved in this process. I think that's highly important. But I wonder who will do that, how to do that. When you mentioned this system that we could have a kind of a free and prior information system, what about post this consent? When we reach this consent, what should we do? Should we, when we think of the resource extraction activities, any of thinkings of to involve peoples economically, to give them some more opportunity instead of only enhance this business activity, only think of extractions. So this question also a bit goes to Carolina. I think in Sierra Leone is also the same situation. We say the two-digital growth rate for several years already, but I wonder, except for the resource, any other thinkings to improve people's life. So when we set up sort of a CSR mechanism, can we also put this into the whole framework? Therefore, people's economic improvement, also all poverty elevation, whatever you use, become kind of a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haifang. I'll ask the presenters now to respond. If Carolina can start first.
Thanks, Haifang, for a good question. Definitely, for resource extraction, it's similar to land because, of course, it occurs on people's land. Again, legislation will say the government has mineral rights in a number of countries, and they're the ones who are able to sell it, even if it's on private land. But yeah, I know in Zimbabwe there's often been disputes, both in urban areas, places like Kwekwe, where there's lots of minerals in the city itself, and people are mining underneath houses, often are artisanal miners, but also in the rural areas, both on the more commercial farms and the communal land areas and resettlement farms, where you have conflicts between miners, those with licenses, and those who are using the land. Yeah, if you're aiming to try to minimize conflicts, or in theory, you should, yeah, I think you should have some ways of discussion and dialogue and looking for compensation. But it's easier said than done, and it really depends on the kind of the will of the various stakeholders involved. Not only the government and the investors or the miners in this case, but also the various community members and some and civil society organizations. Now there are lots of great NGOs and civil society organizations who are keen to try and find resolutions, and there's others who have a particular agenda. Just like other academics, others who have different agendas, who may not looking for compromise, looking for ways of working together. And in urban areas, it's true, and it could work, but it depends. I'm thinking in Zimbabwe, particularly since 2000, given the kind of the politicized situation in Zimbabwe, there have been issues of particularly different political party leaders giving urban land to people. And then, particularly before elections and after elections, then the municipalities say, well, actually, you're there illegally, but they've got a patronage system through a local politician or a local councillor, and it becomes a very politicized issue whether or not to evict people. And of course, in 2005, the government did end up evicting hundreds of thousands of people through Murambashina. So issues of belonging and issues of who has authority over land access, over and above, if you will, or through the issues of laws and legislation, are important in many countries. And I think to understand the politics, if you will, of it, you have to pay attention to that.
Yes, just very quickly, the two comments about civil society I think are very interesting, but I would just talk about levels, the local to the global, the whole question of accountability, democracy within civil society, INGO accountability, etc. And the mixture of both mobile telephones, the transnational and accountability, plus of course the vexed issue of taxation.
Thank you for the question or comment on the issues of the tension between the cultural and international norms, particularly in Sierra Leone and Liberia, as I mentioned. I think we still have an issue with, recognizing that we can't use a cookie-cutter approach and yet still kind of trying to use it. And so a lot of the international agreements and standards such as EITI do still have these issues of recognizing some of the cultural traditions that have been formed in places like Sierra Leone, and as you mentioned, paying tribute for the use of land is considered quite standard. And I think your comment on ownership rights is right on point, particularly since in light of the native versus outsider feel and this sense of the land belonging to the natives, and hence the minerals or any extractives that are found in that land also belong to the natives, and thus they really have some ownership rights, the feeling on their part that they should benefit from these things in a way because they're theirs. And so I think that's very much on point and needs to be taken into account. As far as Peter's point on civil society, I didn't touch on civil society, even though I was supposed to, sorry. But once I got into CSR, it kind of just took all the time. But you're absolutely right. Civil society has a huge role, and they have a huge role in putting pressure on the companies to conform and to actively participate in the community as well and kind of have the ability to act as an intermediary and as really, in a sense, oversight when there is none to speak of on part of the government.
Thank you very much for the presenters. Thank you very much for the questions that we received. It was really an informative debate, and I encourage you to continue this dialogue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hussein Hassan, Head of Industry, African Union Commission, Trade and Industry Department. I have the privilege and honor to moderate this session. I really appreciate the well selection of the topic of this session under the title Institutional Challenges and Opportunities in Governance of Resources Management. Your speakers for this session will be Dr. Kubina Hansen, Dr. Franklin Misk, Dr. Ola Bilo. Our session will debate and discuss one of the main pillars of implementation of any strategy or policy, which is institutional challenges and opportunity in governance of resources management. During our discussion, we will debate about the rules of those institutions, including all kinds of institutions dealing with managing and monitoring and the implementing of policy of resources management, including governments, bodies, private sectors, NGOs, and international players, all institutions related to management or policy makers for the strategies. First speaker will be Dr. Kubani Hansen. His topic will be about capacity development for natural resources management, the findings of the African Capacity Indicators 2013. A Ghanaian national, Kubani Hansen, is a principal, Casual Links, Washington, D.C., USA, and CEO of Strategic Outlooks, Accra, Ghana. Previously, he was the head of Knowledge and Learning, ACBF. He also was an assistant professor of Geography and Planning at West Virginia University, Morgantown, USA. So, Excellency Dr. Kobana, so you have the floor to present your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say thanks to the organizers for inviting me. All right. My presentation basically is going to be on a report that was put out by the African Capacity Building Foundation. This is the foundation's flagship report that comes out every year. And the 2013 report was on measuring capacity for development. Now, let me start briefly by saying, okay, why there's a need to measure capacity. Then talk a bit about the definition of capacity. I think listening over the past 2 days, some issues have come up, and all those issues really can be grounded in capacity. Whether we're looking at capacity at the government level, whether it's capacity of the multinational corporations, whether it's capacity of the local chiefs, the communities, indigenous groups, whether it's capacity. So along the whole spectrum, I think it's important. So I think once we understand capacity and we decide to really interrogate it, it helps us to better plan, to manage, to implement. This way we can integrate the objectives in our development strategies into the agendas for service delivery. We can gauge achievement because we know where we're going and how we're going and how it's working, what is working and what is not working. but also we get to basically understand better some of the factors that impact change, right, and where we need to focus going forward. Now, in terms of the definition of capacity, what we have at ACBF is not too different from, let's say, what UNDP and others have. So here we're looking at the aptitudes, the resources, relationships, and the conditions needed to act effectively to achieve certain specified mandates. And again, it's conceptualized at 3 levels. So you're talking of the individual, the organizational, and the enabling environment. But one has to really interrogate it by asking the question, capacity for what? Because I think once you contextualize it, it makes it more meaningful. Now, in terms of the report itself, what you realize is that this report covered 44 African countries. So most of every country shaded brown is covered. Unfortunately, much of North Africa is not covered, and this is obvious because 2013 coincided with the Arab Spring, and I think that for anybody who's collected data, you'd realize that you couldn't go into places to be asking about how the government is performing, or even have people who would want to basically respond. So I think with the exception of Tunisia and Morocco, much of North Africa was unfortunately not covered. But right, it still gives us a sense because all of sub-Saharan Africa, including the island nations, are covered. Now, why is it important for us to understand capacity for natural resource management? Again, listening to the deliberations of the last 2 days, we realize that it's critical. First and foremost, not a day goes by without some new resource being discovered on the continent. All right, whether it's gas discoveries, gold, oil, platinum, it's as if every day something is being found. And I guess if you follow the work of Collier, he would even argue that maybe only 20% of what really exists below the surface has been discovered. So if we look at it, then it becomes very important that if the continent is to develop and develop sustainably, we need to really understand what is required. But again, it's something that we talked, much of yesterday and a bit today about the issue of the resource scarce, that it appears that sometimes these resources are not generating the development that is required. Right? Again, if we're able to understand the underlying capacities required or capabilities, then it's important. Africa is a very diverse place, and I think yesterday somebody had mentioned that it's not a country, right? And I think this is very critical, especially in fragile or post-conflict areas where we have divided societies. Then the governance aspect built on solid capacity is important. If we don't do that, then we have the discourse on this whole resource scarce. Whereas if this is done effectively, I think it takes nations to a different level. Other implications for really interrogating it, we talk of these, very little of these resources have been exploited. Increasingly we see so many players coming on board. We talked about the BRICS, but there are even more people looking to Africa for resources. So there's a lot of potential. But on the continent itself, if one looks at the demographic dividend, the bulging population, right, all these people are going to need these resources to move forward and develop. So again, it's critical. Now, I thought I'll briefly talk a bit about the resource case because it seems to have come up. And I think we'll all agree that where countries are able to manage their endowments properly, we've seen development, right? And we've seen this in many countries across the global south. Even on the continent, people always list countries like Botswana as standing out. But the question is, can we always say that for everybody that has resources, or most countries will go that way? Sometimes it looks that way because if you look at some countries, you always talk of issues of inequality, social exclusion, there's poor governance, there's environmental concerns, there's tensions, there's civil strife. And I think all these then make the discourse on the resource scarce or the paradox of plenty something that people increasingly are buying into. But if we're to sit carefully and look, I think the others that have criticized the resource scarce and say, okay, are there other things that we need to look at? I mean, one is the issue of human agency, right? To what extent can this actually correct this paradox of the plenty? On the continent specifically, right, this whole discourse also seems to hide some questions of the issue of institutions, right? How grounded, how solid are the institutions? And if they were functioning effectively, would the resource scarce we talked about? Right. So increasingly what we begin to see is that in the academic discourse and even in the policy discourse, there's a gradual shift from this Greece versus grievance binary, and there's a more emphasis being placed on capacities or capabilities, issues of institutions, issues of leadership, transformative leadership, and issues of good governance. That if all these are brought to play, then the story becomes totally different. So if we look at what is happening in the report, based on this understanding of the 44 countries, it appears that there's a certain shift, right? So what historically has categorized or has basically categorized the landscape seems to be shifting. Previously we always talked about, the states were weak and then they could not really negotiate with the multinational corporations. But I think when we see what is being done by the African Development Bank through the African Legal Support Facility, some of this is changing. We see countries like Mozambique renegotiating contracts. Liberia has done the same, right? So the dynamics are slowly changing. A lot was talked about of, unfair terms of trade. These are slowly being changed. Countries are putting more resources into building managerial capacity. I look at the case of Ghana. Once oil was discovered, for example, the country has partnered with the British Council and Tulum Oil Company to basically train people in this sector. So much of what characterized, the landscape then, I think has really changed. We're seeing less conflict. We're seeing the civil society playing a much critical role. And increasingly, even within the resource sector itself, there's a lot of internal policing. Yesterday we talked about the EITI, we talked about publish what you pay, we talked about the Dodd-Franks. I mean, there's a lot of things happening. So increasingly we're seeing a shift where there's a certain discrediting, right? I mean, sorry, there's a certain turnaround so that slowly no one is saying that natural resources cannot be a viable model for national well-being. What we see is this new dispensation where there's a lot of coherence. We're seeing that, okay, a lot of resources coming in from the BRICS, some of it might be erratic, but what we see at the country level is that a lot of countries are playing a key role, setting up sovereign wealth funds. So, and bringing more people to the table in terms of the dialogue. There's also an increase in chasing missing revenues and rejection of blood diamonds. So the landscape is changing, and one should not perceive it or continue to describe it from a very gloomy standpoint. Invariably, because of all the different initiatives taking place, what we see is now there's more rejection of conflict timber, more rejection of the blood diamonds. A lot of the abuses of multinational companies are being curtailed. And then we see even internally African-led initiatives. We see things like the African Peer Review Mechanism, the African Mining Vision, and then out of the African Mining Vision, the African Minerals Development Center. There are a lot of multilateral efforts. I talked about the African Legal Support Facility from ADB, right? Then, of course, the existing ones like the Kimberley process. And then internally, we see all these self-policing dynamics taking place. So the landscape is slowly shifting, and it's shifting in a positive direction. Now, based on the survey, if we look at issues of encouraging dialogue, right, between the state, the extractive sector, civil society, I mean, we begin to see that a lot is being done across the countries that have been surveyed. Right? This in itself speaks to more players being brought to the table. Country after country after country, we see an engaged civil society, an empowered civil society, which is now basically holding governments accountable and then pushing for more social inclusion. We look at issues of training and in reinvesting resources to basically empower society in terms of education, in terms of building leadership. And here again, we see that a lot of is being done in this issue of training. Yes, maybe more needs to be done to create more employment, but one would argue that in some sectors, right, this is a highly specialized, in the extractives, it's a highly specialized sector. But even there, if we look at the case of a country like such as Botswana, where previously much of the diamonds would be sent out to be polished, now they're setting up industries at home to polish. And this in itself then what? Helps build capacity, helps create jobs, and helps transform the industry. So it's not just the raw materials that are going out. You go to countries like Rwanda, yes, they have their tin, but if you look at in terms of the policies being put in place to build internal capacity, a lot is being done. You go to Mozambique, they've renegotiated a lot of contracts where they felt companies were not moving in the right direction. So a number of countries are taking positive steps to do the right thing. So here I highlight just a few. Liberia and the forestry sector is one such area that has done an excellent job. Mozambique, again, in the forestry sector. We look at Nigeria's statutory backing for the EITI. In terms of sovereign wealth funds, yes, there's Botswana, there's Angola, Nigeria, and a lot of the North African countries. But look at the countries that are now discovering or have just started. You know, Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Mozambique. Either they have established such funds or in the process of doing so. Ethiopia, for example, has invested a lot in higher education to build the capacity of staff so that they can manage their resources, promote ecotourism. We look at other countries that are partnering with across, so in terms of transboundary resource management. And again, we have to see there are a lot of positive developments there taking place. Now, when one views all of these, we see a certain revised landscape that is re-emerging. Yes, it's more complex, there's more evidence-based, but it's more participatory. Now, if we take what is happening, right, in its totality, then one can argue that the resource scarce is not inevitable, it's not immutable, right? And emphasis should be placed more on issues of capacity. When Carolina was talking, she mentioned the issue of the role of the chieftaincy, right? So the capacity is not only at the country level, it's also at the level of the multinationals, at the level of the local communities. How do multinationals get to understand the communities within which they want to operate? Their capacity needs to be built. How do governments have their capacity built? They need to build it so they can manage contracting, manage regulating, manage revenue management. This needs to be done. So everybody along the value chain needs their capacity to be built. So we cannot sort of like put that. That is very critical. The political will is critical. Leadership is important. All these then will help shape a better picture in terms of promoting good governance and ensuring that the resources then benefit everybody along the continuum. But if we look at this change, the question people ask is, how is this happening, or why is it happening? And I think the answer is simple. I mean, we've had to learn the hard way. When Ghana discovered oil, I mean, the first thing people kept on, we don't want to be, pardon me to say, we don't want to be like Nigeria. We don't want to run into the same problems they run. So people are learning the hard way and saying, okay, how can we do things differently so we don't end up in a certain way? The companies themselves, are learning, over the years they've made mistakes and they realize that the investors are doing the same. The old model imposed huge costs not only on the populations, but we talked about the tensions on the ground, right? That if societies and communities feel excluded, like the gentleman from the embassy mentioned, then they feel like vandalizing. When they are brought on board and they feel part of the process, the story is it's more different. They begin to own part of it, and then this basically changes the dynamics. What is also important, which we found out, is that there's a need for us to shift from, driving an agenda for best practices. Because I think when one pushes in that regard, it's sort of like is underlined by a certain assumption that what works in one society will work everywhere. But I think we need to contextualize this. Right? So maybe there's a need for us to look for good fit practices. So instead of a one-size-fits-all solution, let's look at one that takes into account the political economy. And I think some of this came out when Tim was talking. Right? So we need to assess each country's political economy, the institutional environment as it relates to their natural resources, its spatial distribution, the different stages of the natural resource value chain. I think if issue of sequencing is important. If you take two countries, right, I don't think if one is coming out of post-conflict and one is stable, that they need the same levels of capacity. The sequencing has to be different. So again, this is also important. Institutional capabilities at the country level, who are the different stakeholders, and all these people then needs to be viewed in a holistic fashion and tailored on a country-by-country specific analysis or recommendation. So if we look at the new normative and policy environment that is taking place, we see that there's an evidence of strong policy environment emerging across the country. In terms of capacity, capacity was measured in 4 clusters. So we look at the policy environment, we looked at implementation processes, capacity for results, and capacity outcomes. Across the continent, the policy environment is very strong. Whether they have the internal capacity or it's borrowed capacity, putting together a policy is always straightforward. Now the challenge becomes, how do we implement the policy, and how do we drive the policy to generate the results? All right, and this is where one needs to continue to put on more emphasis. Yes, and sometimes it's been argued, and I think yesterday George had, in a question had mentioned this, the whole issue of agency, right? Because somebody will say, well, agency is unrealized potential, so then what is needed? But based on the analysis in the report, if you're going to build the capacity, for all this, everybody along the continuum, and you build it basically first addressing the policy environment, because this sets the context. Then you strengthen capacity to implement, because this is also critical and a key area where there are a lot of weaknesses on the continent. You begin to slowly drive towards achieving the results and then the related outcomes. Earlier I talked about issues of sequencing. And here I just want to take just 2 sort of scenarios. One being a post-conflict or fragile situation, and another being a stable situation, and saying the sequencing has to be different. If you take a post-conflict situation, I think Professor Ayuk had mentioned, the patient or the non-patient strategy. Because of the conflict situations, you're going to have weak institutions. So one would need to emphasize a lot on building the institutional capacity. The legal framework, which was also discussed based on Carolina's presentation, right? How do we address that such that local communities are important? Who owns the land? Does the land belong to the state? Does it belong to the community? So are the resources, right, national, or are the resources basically owned? And then so in that, all these need to be addressed. Contract management. On the other hand, if you take a stable country, then you need skills at the individual level. How do we get teams to be able to negotiate? How to be able to monitor? How to be able to enforce? That becomes more important because they might have the institutions. The government level, how do we manage the revenue that we get? And then at the political level, can we get them to focus on development results, right? So how much do we put in the sovereign wealth fund versus how much do we use to enhance the water system in the country? So basically, besides the generation unborn and the generation that is here. So in terms of looking forward, I think based on the report's findings and my own research, I think one can argue that this perceived negative situation of resource-rich economies is not immutable, right? I also strongly believe that rather than pushing best practices, we need to push for more appropriate practices, right? Ones that will acknowledge the realities of the national context, effective practices that seek to bring about rapid results, innovative practices which will aim at achieving incremental steps of governance, but also ones that, because you bring everybody on board, are achievable as you walk through the different milestones. So in conclusion, I would say that one, if you look at the current state of natural resource management in the continent, the capacity is there, it's good, but more can be done. I mean, because we still acknowledge the fact that, what has led people to talk about the resource scarce does exist. So there are certain weaknesses. Africa also needs to take advantage of new donors and innovative sources of financing, whether it's sovereign wealth funds, whether it's new foundations, whether it's tapping into the knowledge of others like the Gulf Cooperation Council, nations like Korea, Indonesia, Turkey, or even the BRICS. But we cannot move without institutional capacity and quality. These are critical. So we need to drive that because it's important. The issue of governance cannot be played down. Leadership is essential. But I would say capacity, capacity, capacity. At the individual level, institutional level, and national levels. All the stakeholders also, right, along the value chain need to be capacitated. Once this is done, I think that we'll increasingly begin to move in a way that we'll not be talking about the case anymore. We'll be talking about a different story when one talks about resources in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kobani Hansen. Dr. Kobani really gave us a comprehensive information through his presentation. He answered a number of questions in terms of capacity building and institution capacity, human resources capacity, and he answered some questions such as why we need to measure the capacity, capacity for what is the main area of the capacity, and also he make analyzing at regional level of African continent, and he gave some examples from some countries, and he answered the question by saying that capacity for better plan, for achievement, for better understanding, and make really a clear definition for the capacity building. Also, he has mentioned the main pillars of the capacity, such as governance, the role of stakeholders, the role of at national level, regional level, continental, and he also stressed on the importance of the political willing, leadership, policy enabling environment, and also he talked about the challenges of implementation, and he also clarified for us the sequence of the scenarios for capacity building. Also, he gave us as a conclusion our main recommendation that more can be done by mobilizing the government's capacity for leadership of moving forward. Really, it's a very good presentation. Now we will move to the next speaker, our speaker in this session, Dr. Franklin Lisk. His topic is under the title of Labor and Employment Creation with African Resources Development. Dr. Franklin is a professional research fellow at Center of the Study of Globalization and Regionalization, GSGR University at Warwick, Conventi, United Kingdom, where he specializes in the political economy of international development. So, Dr. Franklin, the floor is for you.
With this.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be at this conference, particularly the fact that I was given a very interesting topic to speak on. I was asked to talk about labor and employment creation in African resource development. I welcome this because I think the two issues are of paramount importance to development in Africa today. I want to situate my comments in relation to three important considerations. One is the concept, and the second is the context, and the third is the challenge. Regarding the outline which you have on the screen, what I tried to do is to go through some of the important conceptual issues in relation to the outline, starting with what I consider to be this critical, paradoxical situation of Africa's resource wealth juxtaposed with low level of human and physical development. Conceptually, the Africa Rising narrative underlines the important, I would say probably unjustified importance that has been given to economic growth in the region. And because of that, some have assumed that not only we're in the right direction, but we're actually making significant progress, which itself is open to various interpretations. And then the second conceptual issue relates to opportunities, and more specifically employment opportunities, job creation. Now, if we want to put this in a context, what we have seen is, in the context of the African Rising narrative, we have seen economic growth with little job creation. And I think this is why, in the context of the theme of this conference, given the fact that the bulk of Africa's growth is founded on resources, we have growth which is driven by resources. So we need to look at the situation of, critically, of the relationship between resource wealth and job creation. We need to take into account, I mean, a lot has been said about Africa's abundant natural resources. We have almost every mineral imaginable, including some of the most sought after and rarest minerals. Therefore, this itself means that there's enormous potential for Africa to make a breakthrough in development, a breakthrough that can transform economies and the lives of millions, lift millions of people out of poverty. The challenge, which is the third of my three C's, context, concept, context, and challenge. The challenge has been with respect to harnessing the benefits from resource wealth into harnessing the benefits from resource wealth into the benefits of development. And again, we have this, I mentioned in bold, this natural resource paradox. How can a continent be so rich in natural resources, yet so poor in human and physical development? We have seen in reality that most resource-rich African countries have not been able to use their wealth to build and sustain vital infrastructure, nor develop human capital to any appreciable extent, let alone make an impact on poverty reduction significantly. And this is why I argue that we need to critically examine this relationship between resource wealth and national development. And my remit is to look at this specifically from the perspective of job creation, and by that I would be again more specific in terms of productive and remunerative employment. When I used to work for the ILO, we talked about decent work, more and better jobs for all. these are not just slogans, but they represent aspirations and development objectives. Now, to put things in perspective, the backdrop is that we have a situation where Africa's rapidly growing population, characterized by a youth bulge, poses both a challenge and an opportunity. And I won't go over that, but we all know that there are aspirations about reaping the demographic dividend, but there are certain conditions that have to be met if Africa is to reap the demographic dividend, as some countries in Southeast Asia have done. Now, I looked at some figures, and one startling projection is that by 2050, half of the world's youth population, as defined by the UN 15 to 24, will be living in Africa, probably more than that, in fact. And I also looked at the conditions which would be required to ensure that at least we make some sense and get some capital out of this current situation regarding the structure of Africa's population. And I briefly, and that will come at the end, I identified 3 areas for intervention. I will call this the 3 Ps: policy, participation, and partnership. Now, in relation to the theme of this conference, a lot has been said about governance issues, and I don't want to go over that because I would be wasting your time and you would get bored. But let me just look at them briefly in the context of labor and employment implications. And I believe that if we want to talk about natural resource governance and management, specifically with respect to the challenge of employment, and particularly youth employment, we need to reconcile vested interest in the extractive sector with development objectives. And the point about vested interest is particularly relevant because we're talking about, if we look at the context again, what we have various or different actors. And these actors include the state, investors, job seekers, international partners, local communities. These are all actors involved in this nexus of resource wealth and job creation. And these actors have got vested interests which are not necessarily convergent. These actors have also, they tend to see the world differently. They do not see the world from a common perspective. And this underlines the challenge of reconciling vested interest in the extractive sector with development objectives, because this we need to do if we want to achieve the objectives of inclusive growth, more and better jobs for all. And a lot has been said about the governance challenges, political, economic, institutional challenges. And also we've had a fair amount of presentation and analysis on the arrangements that have been put in place, the global protocols, the charters, standards such as EITI, the OECD guidelines, the EU legislation. All of these are the background against which one would need to look at national legal and regulatory frameworks and institutional arrangements to bring about this reconciliation between these two sides of the equation. I am encouraged as an African to see that the African mining vision has not only been put in place, but steps have been taken to translate this vision into action. The action plan of the vision itself has already been yielding some important outcomes. Kobina mentioned the fact that some countries have actually renegotiated contracts, which is a good sign. I think at last count, more than half a dozen countries have done so. Also, there are countries that have decided to prepare themselves better for oil as well as life after oil. And I think the second factor is important because today we know that the price of oil is the lowest over the last 6 years. So I don't want to say that oil will get to the to become a pipe dream, but I think we should not see oil as the panacea or the solution to our development problems and challenges in Africa. So we have to prepare both for oil and we have to prepare for life after oil like the Qataris are doing. I understand that a lot of planning in this country is now oriented to life after oil. I also believe that we have to visit the key actors, and particularly those that will influence outcomes in relation to inclusive economic growth with jobs. And I think in this regard, I think more about the foreign investors and the international development partners. We cannot leave them out of the equation. We have to focus on them. We have to look at the relationship. How can we have a relationship which will be innovative and transformative with respect to these two key actors, so that we can have the desired results or as close as possible to the desired result with respect to job creation. Now, I try to answer the question that I was specifically asked to do. How can you get more jobs out of the extractive sector? And in this slide I've tried, I sort of run through some of the outcomes or some of the requirements for leveraging the extractive sector for inclusive economic growth with jobs. I make the point that every day, as Kabuna says, there are new discoveries of minerals in Africa. And you also mentioned the favorite analogy of our friend Paul Collier, that if you stand on a square meter of land in Africa, you have I don't know how many thousands of dollars underneath your feet, compared to $23 if you stand in the same patch of land in Europe. But this itself is just part of the story, because while we have these new discoveries and existing resources which represent key assets for economic growth and development, and which can be, for me, a game changer in human and physical development agenda, because I make this point, the biggest challenge is why is it that we cannot translate resource wealth into physical and human development? I think that we have to find the answer to that. We have to find the ways and means. So we may say, okay, I don't think it's just a cliche, inclusive economic growth. It seems to be preferable to the age-old, simple poverty reduction, because the assumption is that if growth is inclusive, you would reduce poverty, although I think we need to seriously examine the link between the two, because it depends on inclusive in what sense and to what extent. But let's stick to the post-2015 terminology of inclusive growth. And also let's support African institutions like the Economic Commission for Africa, and which gives a lot of, and the African Development Bank, which gives top priority to infrastructure, boosting infrastructure and industrialization. If we can get resource wealth to impact positively on because again, you have resource wealth, but then you have this poor infrastructure coexisting with resource money. And even the issue of energy in particular, I remember President Museveni was asked during a summit of African leaders with the U.S. head of state, what are the two most pressing challenges? And number one for him was energy. Said without energy we cannot make any progress in development. And number two was youth. In fact, the way he put it, he said youth and power. And it was a little bit ambiguous. Does it mean that the youth will become too powerful for the government But the fact is that these are two critical areas that we must look at. And I try to, I'm not a specialist in mining, but I have read that there are ways we can leverage the extractive sector. And one of the ways which I came across has been the participation of local population, because in Africa, most of Africa, mining is an enclave economic activity, in some cases completely cut off from the rest of the economy. And in other cases, we not only we have this disconnect, but we don't even have the economic tool and instruments to influence the outcome of what happens in the extractive sector. In many cases, we even go and do things which we ought not to do. I was at a conference last week in Nairobi, an African private sector, AU Forum on African Private Sector, and the African Union Commissioner for Economic Affairs, who used to be the Lesotho ambassador to the WTO, made a very interesting point. He said, I'm always baffled by the fact that African governments go to great length and bend backwards to give concessions and encouragement to people who want to come and extract what they have and what they have and what these people need. He said, why should you be giving them concessions? I have in my own country of origin, Sierra Leone, 6 mining companies, only one was paying corporation tax. Why? This is certainly not correct, because the resources are needed by them. We should not go down groveling to get them to come and extract resources. They should be doing the groveling because they need the resources. So we should be very careful when we grant these concessions. We should be very careful when we give out extremely favorable conditions which discriminate against local investors. We give these conditions to foreign investors, but we do not give them to local investors in the sector. This is not correct. And therefore, we need to encourage local participation through SMEs. We need to ensure that artisanal mining operations, and this can be done. We have seen places, there are examples in Ghana, in DR Congo, where they can coexist with formal mining. And this is one way of getting local population involved. We do not, we need to, last year I was fortunate to be involved in the preparation of the research side of the Africa Progress Panel 2013 report, which was, I think the final title was Equity in Extractives. And I would recommend that you look at this report. It's the Africa Progress Report 2013, Equity in Extractives by the Africa Progress Panel. And this panel is no panel of slouches and lightweights, but serious thinking people. And what came out, one particular example, was that we looked at how many African countries, without proper understanding of simply because of corruption and related vested interests, undervalue and undersell their natural resources. The classic case was in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is reported in this report, where concessions were bought for 15 million and a few years later sold for 1.2 billion. And we tried to calculate what that could have meant for the DRC in terms of economic development and social progress had they been able to value, either deliberately or otherwise, the correct value of the assets in relation to the concession. I make this point because a lot is being said about governance, and governance is not just a matter of, as I'll see in my recommendations, one of them, it's not just a matter of behaving properly at the time of contracts being signed. But one of the key concerns of governance for me is in relation to revenues from extractives, because I suspect that revenues from extractives, as far as they are concerned, Africa does not get even 10% of what it should if we have the correct arrangements. I know that I looked at quickly some figures before I came. Zambia's copper valued at, I think, about 4 or 5 billion, but the actual benefit to Zambia at the time was only 240 million. I know that certain practices like trade mispricing, which has to do with invoicing or over-invoicing, cost Africa, on average per annum, more than the total amount of foreign direct investment or the total amount of aid that comes into Africa. I have the figures for those who are interested. I can give them to you. It was the subject of a talk I gave at Warwick 2 weeks ago on aid and sustainable development. So clearly, there are things we can do to leverage the extractive sector for more jobs, more and better jobs, including local participation, including getting more in terms of revenue. And but to do this, we have to also address certain constraints which act as limiting factor on realizing anywhere near the full potential of the sector. I mentioned the fact that by definition a good number of these activities in the extractive sectors are highly capital intensive, so you cannot just rely on them for jobs. If they generate jobs, they tend to generate jobs at the lower end of the pay scale and the and with respect to social protection. We all saw what has been happening in South Africa, where miners have been going on strike and demanding some form of social justice simply because the employment that is created is not quality employment. So we need to look at the whole issue of capital intensiveness and how those jobs that are created can be made more financially and socially responsible, particularly with respect to social protection. Then we need to address this issue of the very weak integration of the extractive sector with other sectors and socioeconomic activities, particularly in terms of backward and forward linkages. A lot has been said about value addition, and I don't want to just jump on the bandwagon and say we need to add value by processing minerals and commodities before we export. That is what it amounts to, but there are other, it's not as simple as that. There are other factors, including international competitiveness. If you have low productivity and if you have inefficient systems, even if you want to process, you cannot be internationally competitive. So we would need to take that into account. And we also need to particularly address our labor market situations where we have skills mismatch alongside critical shortages in labor markets. I remember going to Port Harcourt in Nigeria. I was on an assignment for UNIDO, and I visited an establishment called the Delta River Commission. Anyway, they're based in Port Harcourt. And I went, while I was trying to get into this establishment to fulfill my appointment with the CEO, I saw this long line of young people sort of spiraling, I can tell you, hundreds of them. They are looking for jobs. I said, but this is strange. And there for them, this is the commission that handles relationship between the national government and the oil companies. So they want jobs from the oil companies. So I went and asked the CEO of this commission, what is this? And he said, oh, you know, every other day we have this line, they think we give jobs, but we don't give jobs, the companies don't give them jobs. My next appointment was with one of the companies operating a foreign company. I wouldn't name it, the company, but I went in there and said, Mr. Manager or whatever, these people looking for jobs, you are exploiting resources there, but you can't even give jobs to the local. He said, we have jobs, but we don't have locals who can do the jobs. I said, give me an example. He said, well, we have over 200 deep sea welders, which we pay, and he showed me the salary, which was relatively attractive, but we don't have Nigerians who can do this. So we have to go and bring people from the Philippines and other places to do this particular work. So look at this situation of jobs going, but jobs not available So you begin to say, we need to look at this mismatch. I was pleasantly surprised when I went to University of Aberdeen, which has a School of Sustainable Development Institute. And I was surprised how come I ran into about 8 or 9 Gambians in this remote part of the UK, right up north in Aberdeen. And I talked to a couple of them and they said, we have been sent by the government of the Gambia to study various aspects of oil exploration and management, because I believe oil has been found in the Gambia. And Mr. Jammeh, whether we like him or not, has used his wisdom in this case to prepare for life with oil. And I went and investigated further and found out that up to 20 Gambians have been trained in different aspects of oil, natural resource management, before the first drop of oil leaves the soil. Now, this is forward planning, which is a way of dealing with the labor market situation. Now, let me conclude. I believe that given the existing global situation, even with the current oil price slump, we have an unprecedented opportunity in Africa to convert the region's vast resource wealth into investments that could create productive and sustainable jobs. And if we do this, we would enhance the livelihoods of people and their well-being, will reduce poverty, and more important, will bring hope to future generations. That's why I say, let's look at the 3 Ps. Policy. Who sets and drives the agenda? If the agenda is set and driven by outsiders whose vested interests are not consistent with the interest of national development or the goals and objectives of development, we will have the situation whereby resource wealth will not contribute to jobs. The second is participation. Who benefits? If we have a pattern of extractive industry operation that does not involve local participation, no links with even procurement and subcontracting, this is going to be another disaster. And partnership, that has to be innovative and transformative. I added this last slide because my friend who invited me, Henny Besada, wanted me to leave some recommendations. I said, well, what can I leave in terms of recommendations that are practical and not recommendations that are theoretical or just coming from the top of my head? So I looked at the existing arrangements, and of course the first is accountability and transparency. And I'm glad I have mentioned the EITI and the African Mining Vision. I would like to see the African peer review mechanism tinkered with to make it relevant to this particular issue of resource management. Then the second is the distribution of benefits. The G20 has been concerned of late with the whole issue of tax evasion and tax avoidance, but the focus has been mainly on their own interests. So I would like the G20 to turn this or include the developing countries, and particularly the resource extractive economies, to be covered by, because I live in the UK, Mr. Cameron has been concerned about the behavior of Starbucks and Google and Amazon, doing a lot of business in the UK but paying peanuts in terms of tax because they have the mechanisms they use. So let the G20 also look at what is happening to the developing countries, particularly in the extractive sector. That would help to deal with this question of distribution of benefit. Then the third set of recommendation is economic transformation and diversification, which again is simply amounts to promoting linkages between extractive industries and other economic sectors and facilitating domestic participation, domestic suppliers and domestic markets. This itself will add value to processing. So it's not just processing, but added value to processing to make whatever is processed be done in an internationally competitive manner. Then the resource wealth and spending, and that is to our leaders in Africa. They must and I insist they must make it an imperative to invest in human capital. And they must do this in a manner that is serious, not just the blah, blah, blah that they go about and then they sign declarations in summits. They must invest in education, health, and social protection. Okay, I'm coming to the answer. And then the last bit is my local participation, social and environmental sustainability. Protect the rights of artisanal miners, strengthen constructive linkages between them and the formal extractive sector, and finally, protect the interests of local communities in mining areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franklin, for your very good presentation. Dr. Franklin have given us really very rich information about how can labor and employment creation with African resources development can be work effectively. His presentation talking about opportunity and the challenges for job creation and how can we harnessing the resource for development and how can we link the mineral resource sectors with other economic sector for developing whole economy. He was focused on 3 key areas. For doing that, the policy and participation and partnership. Also, he talked about the capacity of contract negotiation, how could be fair and to be beside the local communities and labor and they give really fair benefit between the governments, the local communities, and and also the investors. Dr. Franklin really came with a conclusion through a number of questions about who drives the agenda, which is very important. Participation, who is participation for implementation in strategy, or who are the key player, and partnership. Also, he talked about something can be done during G20 with really addressing the issue of developing country extractive sector. I think he gave us really a very good presentation. Now we will move to the next speaker, Dr. Ola Bilo. His topic is a social license through local food procurement, insights from Rio Tinto's operation in Tate, Mozambique. Dr. Ola obtained both his MBHIL and PhD degree in international relations from the University of Cambridge, and also holds a first-class bachelor degree from Opfami Owalu University. So, Dr. Ola, the floor is for you to give us your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know how dangerous a situation it is to stand between people and their lunch. So I will be very brief and try and restrict myself to a short 5 minutes or so remarks. Also because I came in just at about 6 this morning, I haven't slept for the last few days. So if I'm trembling a little bit, please forgive me. Essentially, the presentation I wanted to make looks at the context in Tate, Mozambique, where Rio Tinto and a number of the international mining companies have been involved, the issues that have been discussed in this context, I think are essentially two-pronged. Some of the challenges around the resettlement of community people who are affected by the emergent coal mining sector in that part of Mozambique, but also the latter attempt to try and create some sort of livelihood for those affected community people in a way that's also connected to supplying some of the food required by people working in those mines. I think Mozambique's story is very similar to some of the stories we're seeing elsewhere in Africa, up north in Tanzania, but also in a number of the other emerging, newly emergent extractive sectors in Africa. I think a lot of uncertainty about what are the reciprocal responsibilities of the different actors and stakeholders. Another challenge I think relates to how do you develop the regulatory and oversight institutions to properly govern these newly emergent sectors, but also some of the coordination failure we've seen you know, among the different actors as they try and respond to some of the challenges emerging on the back of those extractive projects. Mozambique is a poor country. Nobody talked about it as a major resource exporter up until recently, but I think what's been talked about extensively here today in terms of growing expectation. And I think one of the big challenges you know, the different stakeholders in Mozambique and elsewhere in Africa have to address is in terms of balanced expectations in a way that would not lead people to think that companies are in fact doing a lot better than they are, and that they should be contributing more to local development, but also companies and government having the purpose and the right kind of dialogue that help to manage this expectation properly across the board. I think we also need to try and strike a number of balances in responding to these challenges. I think we need to understand where the limit of responsibility for all the different actors are. You need partnership and the sort of dialogue that goes with that, so that everybody is pulling in the same direction. When you talk about things like local content, beneficiation, these are all very nice concepts, but they're not easy to do. I think you cannot wish them into existence by community people complaining or government trying to legislate it into existence. It requires the hard graft of working together in a dynamic learning process to see what works. So I think more proactive coordination on all sides will be needed. In fact, I could stop on this slide because I think this goes to the heart of the story. Rio Tinto, as some of you might be aware, has sold the coal mining operation that I'm here talking about today in Moatize. In Moatize, essentially because a lot of us assumed that they had a profitable business in tech. So one of the things I've learned as a researcher and as consultant to some of these mining outfits is not to assume that all is going really well, even when they smile and it looks like the figures are a lot more balanced than they actually are. Rio Tinto run into problem in tech. People talk about the failure to take into account the huge investment that would be required to put in place the infrastructure that would help to take this coal in mind to global markets. The properties being sold to the coal of India. I would come in briefly with a number of recommendations, which of course no longer make sense to address to Rio Tinto itself, but there are perhaps lessons emerging from Rio Tinto's experience that can positively inform what the company that took up this operation does going forward. I think Rio Tinto did a number of things to respond to the challenge of resettlement, which many people criticized has not been done properly initially, but also some of the missteps in terms of resettling people in areas where they can simply not farm and create any sort of meaningful livelihood for themselves. I think a lot of these failures came about because of a number of things we need to perfect. We talk about public-private partnership, and this needs to be done in a much more matured, sustained, and proactive way. Very importantly, I think companies operating in contexts like that need a number of changes. I think on a deep institutional and cultural level, what we saw in that context oftentimes were mining companies who pretended, well, they engaged people in the community, but I think it was an engagement at a remove, at a distance, because community people were often seen as being problematic. Also, I think there needs to be a cultural change within the institutional setup of these companies so that a much more enlightened view of cooperation is needed, especially between some of the companies. For example, Rio Tinto and Vale, the Brazilian mining outfit, operated very much as competitors in TET, but in the course of studying what they were doing, we concluded that there was a lot they could have done more together to exploit some of the advantages of scale that would have emerged from that. So you need a paradigm shift, and I think very importantly you need engagement for the longer term based on real trust and persistence, even when things don't seem to be working out at the initial stages. I'll be happy to share my slide. Sorry if I'm moving it through it very quickly. I think my battery is running out. So before I expire myself, I will just jump to the end of this slide. In terms of the conclusions, I think you need better targeted intervention in a way that also involve community level people in the activities of companies around local procurement. And the attempt to reset to people in a way that's sustainable. For example, I think Rio Tinto contracted a number of consultancies, including AgDevco, a consultancy funded by outfit like DFID, to put money into local farming projects to upscale them so that they can in time supply some of the mining companies. Another engagement by Rio Tinto is with what they call Kurimani Povo. Essentially, this means planting with the people. This consultancy run by a number of Zimbabweans try and help people in the resettled community in TET to develop viable horticultural practices. But all of that was being done without the involvement of the local farming cooperative, which itself has very knowledgeable technicians who understood the context well. I think trying to bring on board a diversity of actors could have allowed for a cross-pollination of ideas and mutual learning. So I think those are some of the missed opportunity. In terms of recommendation, companies like Rio Tinto set up training programs. In fact, a fully fledged training center in TET. I think there is a case one can make for broadening their curricula beyond the skills that are immediately needed by companies. I think teaching things around horticulture and some of those interventions that can help grow the base of the procurement pool should be integrated into their programs going forward. And I think very importantly, and this goes back to the question of with coordination that I pointed to earlier on, there is a lot that companies can do, but if you do not look at some of the subsistent social challenges in some of these affected communities, you will not be able to achieve the sort of extractive-led development outcome that we're all hoping for. In TET, for example, there are some of the resettled community people who are given to alcoholism in situations of relative isolation. These are not issues that companies on their own can tackle. So it goes back to the point about government, the corporate sector, and the community association and groups working much more closely together. I think I jumped over quite a lot of things in my presentation, But Mr. Chair, I'm happy to leave it there. If there are questions for me, I would be happy to elaborate a few things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ola, for your really valuable presentation. Dr. Ola was focused on balancing unfair benefit between the local communities and company, and he's talking about the key players who can play a good role. Also, he talked about partnership, dialogue, and beneficiation. Do you really, our limited time, and we already out of time, we'll get some questions, maybe 3 questions or 4 for the panelists to react. Please.
Yes, Brian Land from the World Bank, and I'd like to address my question to Ola on the last presentation, which I thought was very interesting, building on a particular case. What I'd like to know, first of all, is was the Rio Tinto approach part of a framework or community development agreement that had been decided up front at the point when Rio Tinto first got involved, or was it something that they only did after a while, if you like, a more evolutionary approach? And in fact, what is your observation about the value that of community development agreements reached early on in the project cycle? Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Chair. Mine is a quick question, Kobena. Knowledge sharing is a very important component of the work that governments need to do. Do you see any major gap in managing the expectations of the different key players in the industry? Because there is a big gap that we haven't talked much about during these 2 days. What type of capacities do you need to manage the expectations? Because different stakeholders have different interpretations about what an oil find means for the different communities.
In the back, please, the last people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the panelists as well. My question is that how such good discussions in the last 2 sessions we had is relevant and related to the basically global frameworks. For example, there were reference to the post-2015 sustainable development. There's of course the climate change agreement, hopefully 2015 in Paris. We have as well financing for development is coming soon in Addis Ababa, July next year. And in the midst of all these agendas and frameworks coming up, how such discussions is quite relevant to the boardrooms of the AU in terms of their own common framework, or in terms of the 77 group or the South-South cooperation. Because if such a discussion of such depth basically is not being moved to a policy level where governments have commitments for their own basically nations and countries, as well as for in terms of really making sure that the debate on the international level, international capitals is key. That's question number 1, Mr. Chairman. The second thing, I have heard the discussions, but they did not come across food security. We see in Africa there are challenges to do with food security, and we know that the cycles of droughts and climate change is impacting as well that kind of a sector. And food security is not an African problem. It is, of course, a global issue. And lastly is, of course, the discussion yesterday and today was around natural resources, but I would like to ask the panelists as well, especially probably the Professor Frank, in terms of education and education national plans related to what we call natural resources, especially in the framework of post-2015. There's a lot of discussion around youth and vocational. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Franklin Lisk. I mean, in reality, talking about the extractives and jobs, with the exception of all rigs that are offshore, mainly if it's onshore and the mining industry as well, it conflicts with livelihood on the ground. It conflicts with the agriculture sector. Typically, you find one operation displacing thousands of people and their livelihoods and employing just a handful. The reality has been we lose so much jobs and recruit very little. So from your perspective, how do we reconcile this reality? Because that is what is happening on the ground. And even in cases where local content has been pushed, it's been difficult because the capacity is not there. Besides, these, I mean, we all know that this sector is an enclave sector in most of African countries, with the exception of Botswana, maybe to some extent, South Africa and Nigeria. But in most of the countries we talk about, it's an enclave industry where there's no forward linkage, there's no lateral linkage, and there's no backward linkage either. So the question of job and the sector, I mean, I want you to reconcile how they work together.
Any other questions? We move to this side. Oh, who's? Okay, please, in the middle.
My question goes to Dr. Kobina Hansen and refers to contract negotiations. I think these contracts on mining extractive industries are probably the most complicated, very complicated contracts, and most countries are not in a position to have a level playing field when negotiating with Rio Tinto and others who can rely on their own lawyers and also on international law firms. So there's a discussion on a negotiation facility, support facility, which has been developed by the by Columbia University and the institution I work for, the Humboldt-Viadrina Governance School, going beyond legal support also, like the African Legal Support Facility, to support countries also with geologists, financial analysts, and the whole package which is necessary for these negotiations. But however, what I think it's important, and that's the missing link somehow, it's good to improve these facilities, but in the middle term, countries have to be in a position not to depend on World Bank, European Union, or whatever finance facilities, but they have to be in a situation to negotiate themselves with their own capacities. My question is, are there activities or funds or whatever to bring countries in the position to do it themselves in the middle term? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be the last question, because as you know, one of you can ask the question. Between yourself, you decide who will ask.
How we negotiate? Exactly. You go and then I'll add. Okay. I will be very short. My question goes to Kobina. It's a very interesting framework. I want to ask you, because you differentiate post-conflict country from a rather stable country, which is on a reform agenda. And then can we understand your sequencing capacity into kind of a prioritize the working agenda? Because it's really different, this
sequence, and especially, of course, about the post-conflict, it's easier to understand. Government need to play the main roles, and then to establish institutions, etc., etc. May I understand yours stable countries sequence? It's kind of you cause public awareness first, which means to read the individual capacity first, and then you sort of force government to do something, and then the politician will finally follow up. Or I don't know whether I interpret good, or could you give more elaborations? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will give 3 minutes for each speaker, but with exception to Dr. Franklin, I can give him 5 minutes as per his request. For any more time or any question could be raised maybe bilaterally during the lunch or the break. So I will start from my right side, 3 minutes per each.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Brian, I think what happened with Rio Tinto in TED is that the two companies that became dominant in that sector initially did a lot of what they did in the area of resettlement and procurement. You know, they did it in a very loose and ad hoc way. The attempt to structure this and actually frame it in law, in Mozambican law, came later on, and the companies themselves often refer to the fact that after the initial criticism of their resettlement and a number of the other activities, they try and benchmark what they did afterwards according to international standards, including the World Bank's own guidelines on resettlement. Your second question about my own assessment of community development agreement, I think when one looks at the context in TED, I think it would have been a good thing to have tried to reach that sort of agreement up front. I said that for a number of reasons. The first is that it would have allowed a consultative process to take place. I think that sort of learning process is essential. Also, it's a context that's relatively new without any experience of having done this sort of thing. So you want clear benchmarks to which you can hold each and every of the stakeholders so that you know whether they are complying with the promises they've made. And one of my colleagues here talked about the importance of measurement. I think when you have this sort of community development agreement, there are clear benchmarks that you can clearly measure to see, to assess the extent of compliance. And I think very crucially, one has to refer to the thought of one of the important actors in this process, Bruce Harvey, who I think is the global lead for Rio Tinto on community engagement. He wrote a very polemical piece in which he put forward very forcefully the view that it got sorted in places like TED, essentially, that the whole attempt to promote CSR in that context went too far, and that a lot of things that he ended up doing, he does not think belongs in the proper precinct of what a coal mining company should be doing in that part of Mozambique. I think a community development agreement right from the beginning would have helped to address some of his concern, because this would have emerged from a negotiation process. Company would make an assessment of what it can realistically do, and that would have circumscribed what they can do essentially. So I think in most of the context that are freshly emerging, extractive context, community development agreement, I think would be a good thing indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ola. Dr. Franklin.
Thank you very much. I'll address the last question directed at me regarding, I think, talking about the offshore activities. Let me start by saying I think we may or may not have done justice to the theme of the conference, which is natural resources, which encompasses natural resources encompass land and water resources. In my paper, which is still in progress, and from my presentation, I make this comprehensive representation or conceptualization of the subject of natural resources to include both land and water resources. In fact, I would refer you again to the 2014 report of the Africa Progress Panel, which particularly, I was involved with this report's preparation, particularly looks at Africa's forest and fish resources. So that is not in isolation. And I would like to say specifically that the link with agriculture is quite clear in terms of the impact on livelihoods. In fact, one sees a connection between the extractive industry, which is what we have been harping on throughout the last 2 days, the need for linkages with other sectors, and in my view, this relates to particularly agriculture, whereby you would be able to ensure that you can optimize employment and other benefits from these linkages. And one of my publications I entitled Agribusiness for Africa's Prosperity, and I did that in the context of natural resource management. Now, the point about situating the theme of the conference in global initiatives and development is particularly interesting, but I have two views about this. The first view is that it is situated, the theme of this. For example, if you take the post-2015 development agenda, the sustainable development goals focus specifically on the issue of natural resource management. I think Haney was part of the technical secretariat that did work on this in New York. I recall that, and specifically also the issue of transparency and accountability. I did a paper for the secretariat on this particular subject. So it is an integral part of the post-2015 SDGs. Second, the issue of climate change. Clearly, this is an issue which is, in my view, is covered by something we've been discussing over the last 2 days. If I could just capture this in terms of social and environmental sustainability. In fact, it's one of the recommendations in my PowerPoint. And I think the issue of social and environmental accountability, sustainability, will address the link with climate change, and especially if we give the broader conceptualization of resources to include both land and sea or water resources. Then the point about the financing for development, well, on that agenda again, I understand that the issue of tax reforms will come in, because it is widely believed that if tax reforms are put in place, particularly in relation to tax avoidance and evasion, that this will release resources for development. So I would not say that they're not, but my other take on, and then global standards on ethics, distribution of benefits, EITI, these are all on the global agenda. But at the same time, I want to see an African-specific agenda. I don't think we should shy away or be concerned that we do not have, we are not part of the global agenda. The Africa Mining Vision is an example of this. And also I believe that the African Union should use its convening power to bring African policymakers, because only they can change things. If they go through the route of the global institutional arrangements, I'm sorry to say it will take longer, and we do not have much leverage in some of these institutions. So we should have a parallel arrangement whereby we use the mechanisms of the African Union and other regional institutions to bring about changes, and have an Africa that can say no without being concerned about what the global agenda thinks about it. Then the last point you mentioned somebody about education. I believe that in Africa, it's not that we are under-investing in education, but we are investing in the wrong type of education. You mentioned technical and vocational education and training. I don't want it in the conventional way. I would say, even in the US today, the new trend is innovation. They have realized that you don't need to be in the university for 3 years and get a degree before you can become a computer specialist. So some institutions are now have programs where you go through 6 months. You just focus on what the employer needs. You come out and you get that and you get a job. And universities are already doing it in the US. And some institutions in the UK are also looking at that. They're running, we have at Warwick something called the Warwick Manufacturing Group. And we make our programs in that massive program. It's essentially an engineering school, but we are producing for the automobile industry. And we produce what they want. So I think that is what I'll say. It's not just the conventional TVET, which does not add value and people think of it as a lower order of priority. But it is appropriateness, as Kobina said, rather than just bringing about change. It has to be appropriate to the needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franklin. Now we move to Dr. Kobani to react on the questions has been raised to him. Dr. Kobani, please.
Thank you. Let me start by responding to Elias. I think that the issue of knowledge management, or actually communicating, right, is very critical, because I think in many places what happens immediately a country says we've discovered some natural resources, the expectation goes through the roof. Everybody feels they're going to get rich or all the problems are going to be resolved. And more often than not, even the government putting forth the information sometimes does not even know how much resources are below its feet, right? This is being told to the government by the same company that they're going to negotiate with. So managing expectations is very important. I think this needs to be done at different levels. It needs to be done, of course, at the government level, that it needs to be communicated appropriately, but different stakeholders like civil society, the media, then need to come in. Because if not, for the common person at the ground level, the expectations should go through the roof, because they've seen that other countries, once they had some type of extractives, things changed, right? So it's how we manage this expectation, both from the government level and then maybe even the partners and the donors that are playing a role. This is something that needs to be taken seriously and then maybe made part of the whole process where governments engage civil society to bring them on board. If not, we have all these skewed expectations on different sides. Peter, in terms of resources for negotiation, I think over the short term, most countries unfortunately do not. They do not have the skills or the skill sets in-house, and they do not have the resources. Yes, you will have what some multilateral institutions are doing, but what also I think can be done is countries then need to basically procure these resources. So even if it means they need to procure certain experts to help them negotiate, it makes more sense than sending a mission where it's made up of the minister, the few people that he or she likes in the ministry who may not necessarily be qualified, and then the girlfriend or somebody else. Why don't we just procure the resources and then go and negotiate meaningfully? Because many times we realize that when these missions go out, it is not the most competent people who go on these missions. I'm sorry to say. It is who is most liked that gets to go, who basically carried the minister's bag or said hello in the morning, right? And if you do that, you're not basically going to go anywhere. So at least for now, we are grateful that the ADB and others are helping sort of like mitigate some of these challenges. Yeah. And quickly, to the issue of sequencing, I think, with the post-conflict states, yes, it's obvious what is a post-conflict state. I think with the stable states in Africa, it's a bit tricky because, like we take, for example, Kenya post-election. Kenya was very stable. Then something happens and then it gets into a post-conflict. So I think, yes, sometimes it's a bit tricky to say what country is stable, because the underlying factors that may shift one country from being stable to post-conflict, or there are some that are already on the precipice and it just requires something to shift them in one way or the other. That's a bit tricky, and sometimes it just requires one really looking at the country context and then sort of like putting on this continuum to see, okay, where exactly are they, right? I mean, I looked at Ghana post the election. I mean, even the US Embassy and many other donors had said Ghana would go into a crisis, right? But somehow it didn't. I mean, had it gone, then would have fallen into that either a crisis situation. But generally, if you look at the situation, the reason we put the public awareness first, that managing the expectations is very critical, right? And then this is also important if we're going to ensure that inclusion part of it. So that is very important for a stable country. Then the government comes in to play the role of ensuring the governance aspect, providing the leadership, right? Then the enabling environment, the politics comes in, because then you have to show, okay, how do we regulate what is going to be done? How do we ensure that we can manage the resources, the issue of beneficiation, hence that level of sequencing that was put forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our speakers, Dr. Kobina, Dr. Franklin, Dr. Ola. Thank you for the participants, really, for good attention. Allow me just to say something before closing our session. In my humble view, that the main outcomes of our meeting or the main production is the report of the conference. The valuable of the report is came or evaluated by how much held actionable recommendations. So may I suggest that anybody have some recommendations or idea to submit it to the Secretariat of the conference. So we can, we are not just coming for sharing view or knowledge, we come to build way forward. How can we do after our conference? So I humbly suggest anybody have any recommendation, and we can see this recommendation could be really make something valuable to submit it to the Secretariat of the conference to consolidate it with the final report of the conference. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like us to come to order for the last panel, last stretch of our discussion this afternoon. I hope you had a very sumptuous lunch, and it is my pleasure and honor once again to moderate on this last panel of our discussion. No. No energy boosting. I think we have a lot of energy still. I want, in a special way, to introduce our eminent persons before us this afternoon. And on my immediate right is Dr. Elias Ayuk. He's the director of the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa, based in Accra, Ghana. And he has edited several books, including The Policy Paradox in Africa, Strengthening the Links Between Economic Research and Policy Making, and has done a lot of work in building different institutions across the continent. I want to welcome you to this panel, and next with us this afternoon is Madame Funeka Yazini April, and April currently works at the Democracy and Government Unit with a focus on industrialization and global governance. If I recall correctly, with the Human Resource Research Council of South Africa, one of the most prolific think tanks on the continent, and she has done field work in several publications on different topics, but mostly on industrial development, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Very accomplished lady. We're very pleased to have you here, Madame April. And the third panelist is Dr. George Kararach, whom I'm pleased to say is my countryman. And Dr. George is a political economist and senior consultant in the Strategy and Operations Policy Department at the ADB. He holds a PhD in economics from Leeds University, and we're very pleased to listen to you. Now, we have approximately 15 minutes presentation at most for each presenter, and I want to invite our first panelist, Dr. George, to talk to us, please.
Thank you, Pamela. I can call you on a first name basis, so thank you. I'm going to go through this quite quickly. My presentation is basically a reflection on, and Mary heard some of the points that have been given by many of you on how do we transform Africa's natural resource fortunes for inclusive growth and economic transformation. So, but this is how I'm going to do this. I think that I should kind of remind you of what Africa looks like today. There's quite a lot of conversation, and I think I would call it Afro-optimism, about how well Africa is doing if you read most of the stuff written by economists, but there are also alternative narratives out there. And then I will try to situate the conversation in context of natural resources, and then I will give you my sense of what kind of policy conversation we should have to really make natural resources an asset for Africa economic transformation. Now, the first important thing to note is actually, irrespective of the talk of Africa rising and all of that stuff, we need to take note that Africa is actually moving at multiple speeds. We're not all in the same pace. There are countries that are fragile. There are countries that are in conflict. South Sudan, for example, DRC. There are countries that are having other crises, epidemics. The story of Ebola in West Africa is something that probably everybody knows. And as a result, we cannot bounce the continent and only focus on the issue of economic growth performance. There are a range of other drivers that may undermine this growth performance. And by that, in essence, its ability to also exploit any natural resource finds that might come on stream. In fact, if you remember that map that turned green over the years, the question that still remains, how come, for example, that poverty has not gone down? And that, to me, is answered by the fact that we are operating at multiple speeds. Yeah, so the annual economic growth, yes, there is high growth rate, but still per capita income levels are low. You still have about 500 million Africans in poverty, and inequality actually is rising in many of the countries. There's dependency. Somebody actually raised a comment on issue of food security, for example. There are still countries that depend on food aid. There are issues around domestic revenue. So foreign aid still plays an important role. Although in the last couple of years, remittances, because of a huge number of exodus of Africans out of the continent, remittances seem to be taking a center stage. So the conversation about the role of the diaspora need to be brought in. Also, there's a big issue around service delivery. I think that it's one thing to find minerals and gas and outlet your land and so on, but at the core of all of this, I think people need services. And service delivery is an issue in many of the countries. And I think it was Professor Liz this morning was telling us, you know, the skill mismatch and all of that stuff. And that means is poor service delivery in health. There are issues around water, there's issues on sanitation, and all of these need to be reflected upon. And of course, in the context of this conference, and it's linked to, again, Professor Lee's point on sectoral linkages, many of these economies are actually mono-commodity economies. So most of them export single commodities or a few commodities that dominate what they actually do. So what I'm saying is that Africa faces a couple of challenges. Some of them, you could call them challenges that came from yesterday. They're still around. There are some that are current, that problems that are happening like for today, and there are those which are emerging. Climate change is one of those. Issues around technology, issues around business models. How do you get the most competitive framework for your businesses and so on? Regulatory frameworks and all of that stuff. So I would categorize Africa's challenges in terms of yesterday, today, tomorrow, and understanding those and the interlinkages between these three broad pillars would be critical in any of the conversation then on issues of natural resource governance. How do you, for example, enhance the physical space because you have found new gold mine? How do you enhance savings so that you don't finish everything today knowing quite well that actually these resources might be depleted 2 days from now, or 3 months, or 6 years, and so on. And of course, all of that is linked on the one hand on the issue of jobs. Professor Lees and others also talk about the youth belt. How do you make sure that the young population does not become a liability? So the issues of the link between resources and jobs is actually important. And of course, issues of distribution and so on. And of course, also you have issues around managing conflict, ensuring there's security and stability within and across countries. So transboundary natural resource management become a critical aspect of the conversation of how do you transform these resources to make sure they're not items that become a source of curse or problems. So I think that in this context then, given the multiple speeds, we need to have frameworks that we are better planning. I was talking to Pamela earlier, for example, on issues of skills. We may need to think about establishing centers of excellence. You can't do everything at once. You need to specialize on something that you can do actually very well. And that can be used as what I would call them incubation centers, learning points where if you have a mine, you can fund research in mining, for example. Of course, you need to be able to manage things. You need to be able to implement your plans, to be able to then translate Professor Lee's 3 Ps into practical action. Obviously, you need to integrate policy objectives and strategies, whether they're actually internally generated or not. And that is important because without your ability to integrate objectives with strategies, you can't make the necessary leap between planning and implementation. And of course, you need to understand the general political economy dynamics that actually can drive change. And that is linked to, I think, I can't remember who it was, that it was the gentleman from France, from Ypres, I think. He's saying there's African context specificities, and so every country experience cannot be duplicated. And I guess that is linked to Kobena's good fit point, that every country has a specific historical context that need to be taken into consideration. But of course, you will find that there are also overlaps, so cross-border issues need to be taken into account. And of course, the work that many of you here do, which is intellectual work, it's important you have to have a theoretical underpinning to the work that informs policy. So I personally am sympathetic to developing science and technology, but I also think the work that some of you in the social sciences do still adds some value to the general development conversation. So what are the patterns on natural resources and Africa's development? Of course, we have been talking about a lot of countries finding new oil, a lot of countries joining the green map, if I remember that guy's map well. But what I'm saying is that if you think about the issue of linkages, there's a big area in geography where debates around cluster formation and growth poles is a big thing. And these resources actually can become points or sources of innovation and opportunity for growth as opposed to conflict, if, of course, you enhance governance. Okay? So transformation then becomes critical for sustainable development if you take 4 things. And one is investments. What kind of investment policies do you put in place? The second one is issues of intergenerational resource sharing, and that is issues around savings. And the third element is issues around governance. Okay? And finally, I think you have issues around managing change. And Coben has spent a lot of time about building capacity for training, building capacity for research, building capacity. All of that is an attempt to actually be able to manage change. Okay. So, what would resource-rich countries but capacity-poor countries do? I think in this context, and I think most African countries fall in this category. Okay. And what are the kind of capabilities that they need to build? And you can share experiences. For example, people spend time contrasting Botswana vis-a-vis, I'm almost done, 5 minutes, okay. Vis-a-vis Nigeria, for example. And then, of course, you have issues where we need to make sure we avoid the risk that many countries have. So the risk that many of these countries that have turned green face, for example, are issues around, for example, revenue and spending, where we go through boom and bust cycles. We have issues to do with commodity volatility. How do you manage volatility to make sure that you don't go through this boom and bust? You have issues around investment and competitiveness to make sure, for example, your natural resource does not become an item for deindustrialization. Then you have issues to make sure you avoid having difficulties after depletion points. Once you finish off, if there are the exhaustible resources, what do you do next? And the issue of diversification becomes critical. Okay? So, then you have to think now, of course, the policies and the capacity needed, issues of incentives, issues about building reporting mechanisms, revenue collection. We talk about the extractive industry initiative and all of those things. Issues around managing conflict, all of those are actually critical. So, I think I don't have to go through all of this because many of these issues actually been rehearsed. But I just want to kind of finish off by saying I have what I would call the reinforcing wheel, where you have governance around issues of good leadership. You have service delivery. Is no use saying we have found oil and then the oil does not benefit the local communities. Then, of course, you need to make sure these resources then result in efficient growth. And, of course, you need to manage your change. So I have what I called 7 transformative or virtuous eyes. And I can read them out to you. Number 1, institutions. People talk about that all the time. And actually we spend time. Incentives, including directing investments, training, and keeping people to deliver on their mandate to make sure they're not rent seekers. Inclusion, to make sure people belong and participate. Integration, there are certain things people talk about, infrastructure, for example. Power pools, and how do you share investments to make sure the cost of building a road like in the DRC, I said to somebody, the fact that we can't get to Kinshasa from Kampala is not a Congolese problem, it's actually an East African problem. Issue of infrastructure, issues of innovation, I talk about center of excellence, and of course, issues of implementation. It's no good building a beautiful plan and you can't operationalize. And of course, with that, I have two L's. Leadership. It's no good to be a good boss without actually being a boss that can learn. So those are my sense of how you move from the finds to transformation to diversification to enhancing economic development. Thank you.
Very much, George, for that very elaborate discussion. I think you've highlighted very well the number of challenges that are afflicting our continent and what points and opportunities there are for our countries to grow and transform themselves. And I liked the way you specifically indicated what you think can be done to ensure progress on the continent. Thank you. We'll move on to the next presenter. Doctor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to negotiate, being an economist, I was negotiating with my colleague here that I will try to leave her 30 seconds so I can make $500. So she can use some of my time. This paper is a joint presentation by myself and my research associate. And I'll be talking, I wish I could have started with your eyes. I have my own version of 5 eyes, which if I have time at the end, I will talk about them, some concept I've been trying to develop over the years. I'm going to give you a brief introduction. I will talk about sources of global volatility and try to look at the volatility growth nexus, because that's the subject of my presentation, and talk a little bit about the policy space. What is it that we can do in terms of policy, and a few key messages so that you can hold with you and say, that's the only thing I got from this guy's presentation, anyway, in terms of conclusion. We have spoken for the past 2 days without really providing a definition, a type of definition for what we mean by extractive resources. And I attempt to give one that comes from the World Trade Report of 2010, talking of the type of materials that exist in the national environment that are both scarce, it's important, economically useful, very important in production and consumption, either in the raw state or after a minimal amount of processing. I think those are the type of extractive resources we're looking at. And of course, there are some common characteristics of these resources. They're exhaustible, there's uneven distribution across countries, there are externalities associated with their exploration, of course, and in most certain countries, they dominate the national economies. I'll be showing you some data that shows the contribution of natural resources, especially those which are non-renewable, to the growth, to the GDP of the countries, and the whole issue of volatility. Imagine you being a Minister of Finance at the beginning of this year, you pegged your resources from oil at what, $100, and today it's at about 50. You have a nightmare. How are you going to make up for those? And those are common issues with extractive resources. For the purpose of this discussion, I'll be concentrating on oil, gas, and to some extent, talk a little bit about metals. 2 simple objectives of this presentation. One is to give you a reminder, in a way, of the importance of extractive resources for a selected number of countries. Then the whole issue of how does global volatility affect the growth prospects for mostly African countries, which is the topic which was assigned to me by the organizers, whom I thank very much anyway for inviting me. I hope you can read this, but on this column here, we have the total, the percentage contribution of total natural resources to GDP. And you'll be, some countries, for example, Congo, 73.4% of the GDP comes from natural resources. 73.4. That is a huge contribution of natural resources to GDP. You take the case of a second one here would be Congo Democratic. We've been talking about 53% of the GDP comes from natural resources. What does it tell me? That if anything happens with those resources, the whole economy and the growth prospects of this economy are in shambles. We try to present some contribution. Here is what we get from oil. And you see in countries like Congo, Brazzaville, Republic of Congo, 71% of GDP is coming from oil. That is a lot. There's a story here about what you need to do. A key message, which I'm going to come later on, is that we need to go beyond single commodities as we've been talking about and try to diversify as a recommendation. Natural gas, not very important, but look at these minerals. You see the different contribution. And I like somebody started, I think it was Professor Leaks, that started talking about resources. We include what is happening with the forestry sector, the contribution of the forestry sector to our natural resources. The bottom line and the key message out of this is these resources play a very important role in the economies of those countries. This is some data which is very interesting, and this is a ranking of countries with respect to the governance of these resources. And you see some of the top African countries, and this is out of 58. The lowest is Zambia at 17. The rest, not Zambia, there's one here with 15. I suppose that is Ghana, Botswana are well ranked, but the others are doing very poorly in terms of governance, the institutional issues we've been talking about. So what are the sources of global volatility? And we try to identify a few. You have the price movements, which are common. That's what we're experiencing today. And price movements affect the terms of trade. The terms of trade for non-economies is how much are you selling your exports and how much are you paying for your imports. The more favorable it is, the better you want to, the better you are. But if your terms of trade deteriorate, that is the imports, the manufacturers are costing more than your exported material, you are in trouble. And as we've seen, the share of your commodities, if you have those that are highly volatile, it means that you are in much trouble when things happen that may not be favorable. Another source, of course, the global economy depends a lot on the US. So the growth rate per capita of real GDP in the US affects some of the markets. The short-term interest rates, which reflect the cost of borrowing in the international markets, affect the volatility of prices and the stock market returns. You hear CNN every day talks about Dow Jones, and people wonder, how does Dow Jones affect the farmers in the remote villages? These all are contributors to the volatilities we receive in prices for commodities in the world market. We try to present you some pictures here. What I call the pink line is what is happening with the crude oil. And look at the volatility down here. And of course, this is the commodity prices over the years. It's been rising, that's what we knew, but now they've been falling at a very fast rate, and it doesn't bode well. This is some interesting data. In the empirical sense of it, we measure volatility by looking at the variance, the standard deviation of growth over time. And the pink here demonstrates volatility in a way, and you see how the volatility is much higher than the growth rates, which is an issue that we must be very careful with. And we plotted this for the different countries, Angola, Algeria, and so on. And you see what is happening here with Libya and Equatorial Guinea reflects of the conditions of the productivity growth within those countries. This is a very interesting graph. You see Equatorial Guinea is here and Libya. Ideally, we want countries to have high average growth rate up here and low volatility, ideally. But you see, in the context of most African countries who are here, the average growth rates, even though they've been very good over the years, they're relatively low, and the volatility is quite low. Not too bad, but we would like to see growth rates that are up here and their volatility is down here, which would be ideal. These are very exceptional cases, and in the case of Equatorial Guinea, we know why it is that way. I'll not dwell very much on this. We show the different cases for the different countries: Angola, Algeria, Nigeria, Libya, and Egypt. That's for oil. Then we talk about gold. You see what has been happening to gold prices rising, and the GDP of those countries still low. The same thing for Mali. So, having said that, what is the link between volatility and growth? There has been a trend of commodity prices rising, and which has been affecting, as I said, a rise in the terms of trade, which implies that you have your fiscal revenues that are improving. When there's a decline in your terms of trade, it means your fiscal revenues are falling. And it has implications for the type of investments you make within the broader economic context. So there is a direct relationship there between whether your terms of trade are rising or are falling in terms of the fiscal revenues you receive. And of course, issues about the short-run impacts of real income that play a very critical role, and how open you are, the type of economy. Are you a closed economy? Are you an open economy? It's not surprising that at the initial stages, China had decided to take a closed economy approach to actually avoid the shocks in the markets. So the sequencing might be an issue that would be interesting. Do we reflect about those? The distribution of revenues from extractive industries is very important. It's a critical issue, and because the rents that are generated play a role in capital formation and structural change, which George was talking about. And of course, when prices fluctuate, it leads to uncertainty and risk, and it discourages investments from the private sector or from international investors. So there is a need to strike a balance between the higher productivity investment and the distributional aspects of the income you get. Last on this volatility growth nexus is that the inflationary pressures that are put when prices are rising, especially of your extractive resources, their commodity prices, they put pressure on inflation, which we know is not good for the economy. And of course, the whole issue of Dutch disease, the implications on a foreign exchange become very critical. So, why are some resource-abundant countries doing well and others are not? We provide you some examples here, and this is work done by Ragnar Torvik out of Norway that identifies 6 factors. The first is their saving. It was found out that countries that had a high adjusted savings rate were winners in terms of taking advantage of their natural resources. Those that had low saving rates did very poorly. 10 out of 11 countries that use their resources to improve the economy of their countries had adjusted savings which were much higher. For the losers, just 2 out of 9 had adjusted saving rates which were high. The type of institutions, if you have a parliamentary system, the chances that you were going to use your resources much better were much higher than when you had a presidential system. Imagine George being a president of a country. He would, yes. Then the good protection of property rights. If you have good protection, they were the winners. Poor protection of property rights, they were losers, and so on. So, let me talk about issues of the policy space, my last two slides, and the final conclusion is that we need to address issues of stabilizing our funds, and many countries we mentioned today in the continent are doing that. We need to smooth our price fluctuations. We need to promote inclusive growth, equitable sharing of resources, transparency and accountability, and of course the last factor, economic diversification. When you depend just on one product, you know what is going to happen to you. Final slide, and 3 key messages. Volatility affects the growth of countries through different channels. We've talked about them, the terms of trade, investment, income distribution, inflation, and exchange rates. They have negative and positive effects depending upon what direction you take. The proper economic management can provide opportunities for countries to manage price fluctuations in a very interesting and way that transforms the economy. And of course, the policies, coherent policies and strong institutional frameworks are very critical. Madam Chair, I'm sure you took 2 minutes away from me, which I concede to my colleague because I was keeping time here too.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that brilliant presentation on global volatility and Africa's growth prospects. Very mind-boggling. Thank you ever so much. On to our next presenter, please, Madam Apple.
My topic was African development and extractive resources and national. Why is this here? Sorry.
Oh, you press this, yeah. So this is going backwards.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, it was basically on issue of partnerships in regards to Qatar's foreign policy. And I made it clear to Hani that I'll probably use China as a case study because they have been dealing with the issue of partnerships quite a bit. In direct reference to my topic, let me begin by saying that the issue of partnership in Africa in itself has become a challenge, leading the AU to actually assess this issue of MOUs and partnerships. It was my understanding that 2 years back, the AU actually decided to do an audit to actually assess what does partnerships for the AU in Africa really mean with various countries. If one is like a country versus a continent, and the FOCAC partnership, the one with China, was actually the last one. I think it was right before Turkey. And this key issue came up when Dlamini Zuma got into office. So when I reviewed the concept note to get what was required from Hani and his team, I decided that maybe I should just question actually what does Qatar, what would be the interest that Qatar would be looking for? And I looked at the concept note, it talks about the win-win situation, and we all know that the concept of this win-win and mutual beneficiation actually it's something that China established in 2000. And let's face it, whether we love or hate them, they have mastered this whole theory of so-called soft power, which is debatable. And Joseph Nye, we all know his definition of soft power and what it's supposed to accomplish. So taking Joseph Nye's theory, I'm really not sure that China is actually utilizing soft power. I actually argue that China is actually applying smart power. I'm not even referring to Hillary Clinton's version of smart power. I'm referring more to a foreign policy which is practically based and designed to meet the South in this instance. An example of the practical aspect of Chinese smart power is the mineral exchange infrastructure swap. Now, I know it's very controversial as to how much does each side get. But when you look at the impact of the investment, as I have on the slide, the electricity, the transport, the ICT, etc., which is from the World Bank, these are things that are a required need. So it speaks to the hearts of minds in regards to foreign policy. And how? Wait, is this? I'm going next.
It's this thing.
Oh, sorry. Hey, my technology. Hey, yeah.
And that,
101 class. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Yes, and then and the other case study of the soft power or smart power that I really tend to say, which is the issue of an infrastructure development. And if you look at the level of just taking the case of the hydroelectric projects that China has, whether it's Congo, Botswana, Nigeria, Guinea-Bissau, Morocco, Ethiopia, it's various. And that is what I would say is really smart economic diplomacy to some degree. And so in that regard, if Qatar is thinking about getting into this issue of influence, they need to maybe compare this with Europe's version of dealing with Africa, as it's been the traditional trade, main trade trading bloc for Africa for a while, and the impact has been questionable, as it was more donor-based. And it can also be argued that China, in its way, has kind of created an industrial footprint that undermines CSR because of the nature of how it meets the hearts of mind. It goes beyond building a hospital and all those aspects. And I read an interesting article by Chris Alden where he talks about how this trilateral relationship between the AU and the EU and China was basically trying to socialize China, but now what has happened is that China has actually socialized the EU in this relationship to get them to adopt their policies towards dealing with Africa, with the African region to some extent. But in order to unpack all of this, let me now just go straight to my case study in regards to the extractive industries. And I use a South Africa-China mining case study. A few years back, the South African government sent me to the province of Limpopo. Now, Limpopo is a province in South Africa that is full of chrome mines. And chrome is basically used to produce steel. And South Africa basically has one of the largest areas of chrome mining. And so the task was that the government wanted me to assess was to establish whether the local economy had developed according to this specific mine that was called Acer Metal. Acer Metal is a South African, 40%, and that's where the partnership issue comes in also. It's 40% South African and 60% Chinese owned. And the other aspect the South African government wanted me to look at, which I thought was interesting, which I think also will apply to the African mining vision later, is the issue of legislative implementation. The Chinese government signed the Mineral Beneficiation Act in South Africa. So the government to know whether China over the past 10 years or let me now say 15, had actually applied the Mineral Beneficiation Act in this mine in Limpopo. This arrangement began in 1990. And I want to say that this mine I'm talking about, Acer Metals, is not the only one. There are several other Chinese, just ferrochrome alone, there are several others just in this province of Limpopo. But if you look again at the arrangement of these mining agreements, again, which is interesting also of China, how it trades differently with each country. Here it's not a mining infrastructure swap. Here it's an issue of the 30-40 or 60-40 partnership scenario. So anyway, we went to the mine. I went with with Mintech and the Center for Industrial Research in Pretoria to go there. And what I found was that basically, and let me just first, before I even get to the findings, let me indicate that the Mineral Beneficiation Act in South Africa is based on these 4 levels. Level 1, according to the Mineral Beneficiation Act, with Jordan and all have all published on, is to make sure that, yes, you get some employment that happens at this level of drilling and blasting. And usually most mines will employ maybe about 1,000 or 2,000 workers this is below the mine level. Then we have the second level, and this is now for a chrome mine, which is the mine I visited. You have this level where they kind of refine some of the minerals. Then the third level going to the smelter aspect. And the fourth level, which is the high level, where you actually now make the finishing touch of the raw product into the actual substance. In this case, this would be from ferrochrome to steel, and that is level 4. So what the government wanted me to do was to assess whether this agreement was ensuring that South Africa is beneficiating that chrome to level 4 in South Africa in this arrangement with China. And I want to say that Brazil had the same agreement also. It was with BioVale, also for a ferrochrome, where it was a 50-50%. But the results, the outcomes are a bit different. Let me just indicate that when I got to the mine, I basically found that, yes, I met with the union, the labor unions and all of that, and I found that, and I'm going to try and quickly just go through my findings. At level 1, there was some level of employment that was happening, but there was, because we, again, let me also backtrack and indicate that a month ago, we went to visit about 3 or 4 mines, again with the Center for Science of Industrial Research, also in Limpopo and Northwest. And what I found in level 1 is reminiscent of all these other mines, where you find that the majority of the employment that in terms of the Mineral Beneficiation Act, which is this model which I've done, there's too much focus on this level 1. That is what I perceived, including Marikana. I went to Marikana. And there's too much focus on this level 1 area. Now at level 1, after the drill, this drilling and blasting, which is another important factor I saw when I was in Limpopo. With ferrochrome, you're separating the rocks from the slag and the molten and all that. Now there's a lot of slag that comes out of that. And what I noticed, and the first thing when you go into Burgersfort, where these mines are, you'll find lots of bricks. I mean, bricks, and not bricks that you can even use. So I was shocked because I've been to various mining towns, even in the DRC. Like I said, I went to Katanga earlier. And this Burgersfort is just amazing. The bricks are of a quality that you cannot use. So to me, it was just amazing that at this level 1, where they could have really made something that is more efficient out of this level production, the brick thing was to me a total 0, because it was not of any benefit, of any use to anyone. It went against that purpose of beneficiation. And then at level 2, there was not much job creation at this level. And most of the stuff here literally is mostly just to ensure that you separate the chrome at the high level and you ship it out. That is what was happening at this Acer Metals. Shipping it out meant that basically South Africa was not benefiting at level 4. We do not make any steel out of the ferrochrome. We're not beneficiating it, creating jobs, because by creating the steel, what would happen is that now we'll be able to build the bridges, make your microwaves, build everything, with all your necessary things. So we're missing out on the main value chain of this aspect. Those are my findings. Now, I did interview various aspects. I went to the local economic development office, for example, to ask, how are you guys monitoring these mines? Are you monitoring this legislative agreement between China and South Africa with this? And they're like, no, we cannot. They're like, interestingly, in this town, there are like 22 huge mines, like platinum, gold, and all of these. So we cannot even monitor these one mine effectively to see if they're actually beneficiating the minerals as they should. And the labor unions were even saying, you know, it would have been good if there was a steel plant built, so that we could at least make spoons from some of the steel, you know, buckets or something, so that we create more jobs. Which now goes to the Brazil case, the BioVale case. In that case now, in that agreement, they actually built a steel plant along with that was the requirement in that partnership agreement between both countries. Now I know that it's still a work in progress in Brazil. So I also asked the senior management, What about the issue of level 4? Should we not be trying to, because South Africa actually buys back steel at a high international price. And right now, China is the world's largest producer of steel, and yet they get most of their ferrochrome from South Africa. But when it came around to it, the issues were not really about China. I interviewed the Chinese government and their officers there in Pretoria. The problem was that the local government was not aligned with the national government in this policy. It was a legislative issue, lack of capacity at the local economic development level to really monitor all these mines. You had issues of chiefs and trusts and mines disappearing in that regard. There was a lack of monitoring in that regard. So it was really difficult now to actually implement the act itself, which then speaks to the issue of partnerships. When you talk of partnerships, because this is a partnership where I cannot really say the Chinese government is to blame, and I'm not a pro-China or whatever fan. I'm very South African at heart. I believe that my country should do better. We actually even used to import steel to make things bad. So it's not that that's the issue. That's not the point. The point here is that if we're going to make institutions like the African Mining Vision to work, we need to also make sure that we find a space in there to craft the legislative implementation. How will it happen? How will the monitoring happen to make sure that we know that this thing is really actually going to work? And if Qatar is talking about getting into Africa in that regarding the mining, these are the things that they'll have to consider. Thank you.
April, that was a very insightful and educational presentation. I think we all enjoyed that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open to discussions. Very exciting presentation, very, very educational, and we will take maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 questions, comments. Yes, I just want to get a sense of how many we will be. Right, so we can begin there and run through across to the room. Yes, sir. Just say briefly who you are and indicate the person you're particularly posing the question to. Thank you.
My name is Professor Said Al-Saifi, Professor of Finance. My question goes to the doctor next to you, exactly. It's appreciated that you mentioned that volatility control everything. It is not a question, to just comment. But my opinion that the growth rate leads volatility, not the opposite. My view is what? Now derivatives in finance area, we have 850 trillions for derivatives for the whole year. The real asset is just 85 trillions, which means we have derivatives 10 times the real assets. And these derivatives live only with volatility. This is we have a very high risk for commodity. So my opinion, how far we can exclude the commodity, is it possible to take a decision to exclude the commodity to be a subject of derivatives? If we can do this, in this case, we can protect the poor people from volatility of the prices and protect the poor countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I politely request that we take 2 or 3 more questions and then the presenters will respond? There was some 2 hands over there, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask Madam April.
Sorry, who are you, sir?
My name is Ola Bello from the South African Institute of International Affairs, SIA. I wanted to ask Madam April to please reflect a little bit on, I mean, a lot of things are needed to make beneficiation meaningful. People talk about input. But I think one of the things one also has to think about, you're manufacturing in a global place, in a global marketplace. If China and the other players dominate the value chain in terms of their scale and size, certainly you need some conversation with them to see where in the mineral value chain you can specifically contribute and perhaps have some comparative advantages. I wonder whether this is something you want to speak to a little bit.
Thank you. There was from Dr.
Yeah, Brian Land from the World Bank. Also to Yazini April, this beneficiation legislation is interesting. I'm sure that other African countries will want to understand what it is that the legislation requires. So there are these various levels of beneficiation, and at the level of an individual enterprise or an individual project, is there an agreement on what level has to be achieved by a particular time? And is that if it's not achieved, what is the result? Does the business, is there a penalty? How is this legislation enforced? It wasn't quite clear, and that may be a way of better understanding why in one case the company beneficiated up to level 4, and in another case the company seems to have only gone to level 1. Thank you.
I think I give an opportunity to the panelists to respond, and beginning with Madame April this time, please.
The question of beneficiation, it's premised from the African National Congress Freedom Charter. So the main document of the Mineral Beneficiation Act is actually drawn from, is premised from that, from people like Professor Ben Turok, that the ones who actually designed that back then, this particular aspect of the charter. And it was designed to redress the mining imbalances. Now, coming to implementation, there is an obvious challenge of implementation. As someone mentioned the Marikana issue this morning, because of the level of inequities involved. And so when the government sent me, it was to basically assess what was the challenge in the implementation. So I was using this mine as a case study, but across the board is the same issue. I cannot say that many mines have really beneficiated effectively. However, that said, in the Mineral Beneficiation Act, there are statutes under it, like the Mining Charter, which are designed to actually follow up, like the issue of licensing now. Because of Julius Malema and his nationalization threat, this was when now the government came up with the mining licenses to ensure that they revoke licenses from the mines. And I think other countries are starting to do the same, so it's not an unusual thing. And but the challenge is really in ensuring that the main aspect of the mineral beneficiation with the 4 levels is to ensure that we get a higher value, like we do the actual manufacturing of the products. Like in the case of the ferrochrome, we export it out raw and we buy it back at an expensive price. So the government is saying we should manufacture our own steel instead of buying it. Now, in South Africa, I have to say it's the challenge of getting there is still a process, and the monitoring is still a process based on that case study.
No? Yeah, Prof, thanks very much. The questions of derivatives, and I reflected it in the stock markets, what is happening in the stock markets. And of course, as we understand it, stock market is a matter of portfolios. There are lots of things in that basket. And as the prices in that basket move, that's what happens with our stock market. So your points are well taken. The challenge, and I think this is what
researchers in the continent, especially where you have those type of prices which are in a basket of portfolios. And I say that I did my dissertation on puts and options for agricultural products. It becomes tricky for you to determine your optimal hedging ratio if you had a market, a stock exchange. It's interesting that many countries in the continent are developing stock exchanges, and hopefully some of the upside and downside risk in those markets can be protected in those type of exchanges. But the point at which we are right now, it doesn't provide us the protection. In fact, there's interest. People are talking of crop insurance policies, enabling farmers to protect their markets if prices rise and fall. In the developed countries, the US especially, people hedge. They can take long positions, as you know very well in your financial mathematics, long or short positions to protect themselves from risk, which we don't have in this continent, and it exposes us to those type of risks and uncertainty. So your point is well taken, that the part within the stock markets of the extractive resources might be so minute, but we cannot easily isolate them from each other, and it poses a challenge for the Minister of Finance who wants to decide what approach, what type of risk mitigation strategy to use. So it's an issue that we really need to reflect, and thank you for bringing that point.
Thank you very much. Any more last questions? It seems like we are pretty much fine. So let me take this opportunity to thank in a very special way our very brilliant presenters, and to thank the very lovely audience this afternoon, and to ask us all to clap for ourselves for a good job well done. Thank you very much. I'll at this point pass on the mic to Professor Tim Shorrell. Should I bring it down there, or you want to come up here? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thanks again to Pamela and the last panel for a very high ending point for this substantive conference. I'd like to begin by, I'm sure, expressing all of our appreciation once again to Evren, to Hani, to Safa, and to the staff here at the university. And also to all of you again for both accepting, preparing, presenting, and as I will suggest before the end, revising, because this is not an end point, it's, we're still very much at a midway point. And so I'd certainly like to express my appreciation to everybody for very successful deliberations, both the presentations and the discussion. And I think the quality of those was very apparent in the final session, as well as the second day, as well as the first day. So in a way, the question that we have to at least confront, without necessarily completely answering, is what next for QNRF number 6, -1272-5, -160 in the National Priorities Research Program, especially, I would argue, post-2015, or especially next year of the GOAT. And particularly the whole question of diversification becoming more of a priority this week than last week because of the declining price of raw materials, both in Qatar and Africa and China and Canada, etc. So I think this has been unanticipatedly timely, and I think it forces us all to rethink our assumptions, our directions, our policies, our networks in a variety of fields and in a variety of discourses. And that's what these kind of collective deliberations, I hope, are very good for, because it helps us all catch up with the latest reflections from around the world, particularly around the Gulf and around the continent. So I don't know whether at this stage either Evren or Hani would like to just give us a couple of minutes on our second year and any related applications or events or activities that anybody else in the room anticipates. Would Hani or Evren just like to tell us, based on your very nice ARC report, what year 2 is meant to emphasize?
Actually, the first presentation I did, I think potentially captured the 3-year program with the subsections. We will be continuing with our field work. Basically, we'll be starting the preparation of the the first 6-month report of the year, and then we'll have the technical annual report again, which will be around next year at this time, September, October, November region. But the project will continue with its full pace, and one of the intentions of this conference was to create a synergy, especially in Qatar, to make sure that we are doing the right collaboration with the local actors, ministries, either public or private organizations, and other stakeholders. And I believe in different ways we succeeded, and we'll keep continuing our interviews and collaboration with them. And we believe that this conference added so much value and contribution to the process itself, and we would like to repeat it in the near future. And this will be only possible through your contributions and ongoing support.
Thank you very much, Evren. I should also say that if there is anybody who has any particular related events, networks, meetings, perspectives that might be helpful, we'd be very happy to hear about them. In my case, the annual Canadian Congress, which includes the Canadian Association for Studies of International Development, will actually be at Hani's new university, the University of Ottawa, in the first week of June. And so we will, I hope, be able to have some activity, some panel that reflects this project and this meeting on that occasion. But that's mainly to inform our Canadian colleagues, including Canadian graduate students and Canadian civil society development studies groups, that this has in fact taken place at this time of the year in Qatar.
Also, next year in 2015, July, from the 1st of July until the 4th of July, there's going to be the second international conference on public policy, which will be organized in Milan. And we have a panel, and your applications are more than welcome. And the title of the panel is Corporate Social Responsibility Policies in Extractive Industries. And we will try to bring comparative perspectives, not only, including Africa, Latin America, and other regions. So we will be sharing with you the panel information very soon, and we look forward to receiving your applications.
And I assume, sorry, go ahead. Thank you, Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Since you invited contributions on events or learning platforms, if you all type into your phones, if you go to Google and type in goxi.org, it's GOXI, which is the Governance of extractive industries, community of practice platform for dialogue, which is hosted at the World Bank, but is an open forum, and through simple registration, you all can join that community, and you will find it is both rich in opportunities to network and to contribute your own ideas and research. So goxi.org.
Yes, I would confirm that. I've been enjoying it for the last few months. And similarly, is there a GDN meeting sometime soon? The Global Development Network? Which has something to do with Washington?
Yeah, well, there's any number of meetings coming up, but by going to this particular GOXI, it's a good way of keeping up to date on what events are coming up.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else? I think there's also the second of the Gulf meetings at Cambridge at the end of August.
Yes, Gulf Research Center's meeting at Cambridge University in collaboration with Qatar University's Gulf Research Center.
Right.
Gulf Studies Center, sorry. Every year in Cambridge, it's focusing on Gulf, and there's always a panel on Gulf-Africa relations.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing that some of us will be engaged in is reporting to the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry for Industry here on this meeting. Although they were not able to present, they have been attending some of it and are very interested in the report. So there will be at least one report for GNRF and the Foreign Ministry, etc., and hopefully also a more academic report in terms of analytic and policy options for Qatar and Africa. Finally, I hope very much, given the quality of the papers, that there will be an edited collection based on the drafts, but because the drafts cover a dozen or 15 or more papers and perspectives, and because most publishers do not want more than 100,000 words, that basically means that each of us will probably have to be confined to 5,000 or 6,000. So we will be sending out more details and suggestions about options, either publishers and or special issues. But given the timeliness of what we're doing and given the season of the year, I'm going to suggest that if you want to be included and considered for such a collection, that we would need revised versions. In many cases, I don't think they need to be profoundly revised, but just taking the discussion into account early in January, so early in the year of the goat, because I know that once we all start teaching again, then the likelihood of revisions being produced is going to decline. So whilst I don't want to disturb either regular Christmas or Coptic Christmas activities or New Year activities, I do think if we're serious, and given the fact that it frankly wouldn't be bad if we drop one or two papers, because that will reduce the size of the manuscript, early January, if you want to be so considered. And one of the nice things about this kind of event is that obviously we can cross-refer. It's always nice in a collection to have people talking with each other about agency, dependency, about different sectors, about different dimensions, about whether the BRICS and developmental states have or haven't peaked, etc. And I think we've had lots of very informed analysis. So do, in particular, add ideas about the world in 2015, ideas about global shell games, ideas from each other's papers to make sure they're all up to date. And I think in turn we are very committed to finding the best outlet or outlets for this kind of analysis.